He has got... Ugh. Shadow versus Soul Ghost Battle. That was sick, guys. That was sick as fuck. Alright. Let's speed through. I was faster than I thought. It's a small game that you can beat in a couple of hours, but it's got like 10 fucking games in it. It's actually 10 games. Try again. We got another try again. Reset. And we have to reset every time it does that. It does the ending crash whenever it says try again. 176. Does that fit with mine? I got like 180 right here. So whatever's happening, it's growing. Whatever's happening there. Whatever dud decisions I've been making, they're actually growing. 5th time. Let's continue on. The Narrow Mountain Road. What ending was that called? What are we calling that ending? Ghost, the Shadow ending. Okay. The Narrow Mountain Road weaved back and forth. I'm not sure if it was because of the shadows from the mountain or something else, but it felt oddly gloomy. The trees were lined up in a row like a procession of corpses, and the way the rocks were shaped made them look like monsters. I decided to put those disturbing thoughts out of my head. I could hear Nami breathing lightly as she slept. She's asleep again. She was awake last time. She was awake until just a moment ago. I figured she must be tired after a day of fishing at the river. She looked so beautiful as she slept. As I gripped the steering wheel, I couldn't help but gaze at her. Kumbot, a car! Nami shouted. I was just about to hit the brakes, but there was no car heading toward us at all. What? Was that a dream? Come on, get it together, Nami. I pretended like I was gonna smack her. At that time, Okay. Now we're back at this. We're back at this. This was the beginning of our second run. I did shiver. I didn't think about how cute Nami was. I thought about how cute Nami was. Now remember, if I don't get a new ending, I'm gonna start looking at these spreadsheets. We're gonna start looking at these. And we may start looking at these as soon as next stream. Look how fucking huge this. It's insane. I thought about how cute Nami was. Okay, do that. Cute Nami. They have flowers like that here, huh? Okay, the Hypericum flower story. Yep, we've already got this. Now, I thought I might scare Nami a little. I figured I could use the opportunity. Let's see if embellishing the story does the same thing, because we've definitely gone through this story multiple times now. Oh, you know what we never did? We never did the embellished choice where we gave her the short version. Yeah, that's 4 spreadsheets. Okay. Alright, cool. Let's do the short version. We never read this. Short. Embellish and short. I forgot. B, embellish. 183. B, short version. There we go. Okay, to make a long story short, their secret medicine got leaked out. The older brother was so mad at his little brother for it that he stabbed him. His blood splashed on the flowers, and that's where the flowers got their name. OTOGIRISOU. Brother cut flowers, huh? That's the story. Kind of story you hear all the time, huh? Oh, it's starting to rain. Each flower has a meaning, you know, and Hypericums mean... I can't remember. I made it this far into the story, but it's just... It was on the tip of my tongue. Now you got me curious. What was it, though? I know it didn't mean suicide or anything like that. A flower that stands for suicide. I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Nami laughed. Okay, we did give this response before. I'm gonna give the answer. We have two of them. I started laughing too, or you shouldn't be laughing at that. We'll do I started laughing too. I started laughing too. Suddenly, Nami started looking around. Hey, Kumbot, are we lost? Now that she mentioned it, I did feel something wasn't right. I started to feel uneasy. Well, hey, just think of it as taking the scenic route. Okay, this is a new... Okay, we're already getting new shit. We're already getting new shit right off the beginning, right off the bat. Scenic route. We are immediately getting new shit. It just keeps happening. Well, hey, just think of it as taking the scenic route. I put on a strong front and flipped on the windshield wipers. It was getting pretty dark out. There weren't any lights on this road, and it was narrow. It wasn't easy to see which way the road would turn. When I turned on the headlights, I could tell that there was a sign up ahead, but I couldn't see it well enough to read it. I sped up a little and got closer to the sign. Curve ahead, slow down.
Kidder, Steve.
Curve ahead, slow down. That's what was written on the sign. Looking ahead, there was a downward slope that curved to the right. I lightly stepped on the brake, but my foot felt no resistance against the brake pedal. I ended up pushing it all the way down to the floor of the car. Huh? I stepped on the brake 2 or 3 times with the pedals tapped on the floor. There was no response, and the car kept gradually picking up speed on the downward slope. The brakes aren't working. Rain was striking the car's windshield furiously. I could see the sign zip right past the side of the car at high speed and vanish from sight. Look, just ahead. Nami thrust her finger forward and raised her voice. The curve was in front of us. I hurried to cut the clutch and drop into a lower gear. My body pitched forward and the seatbelt dug into me. When I looked up, I could see the mountain slope coming closer and closer. I took my left hand off the lever and turned the steering wheel sharply to the right. Ah! Nami's scream was piercing. I managed to avoid crashing the car, but at the next corner, another car was driving toward us. No! We're gonna crash! I pulled the parking brake, tried bumping into the trees on the side of the road, veered off into the darkness. I hoped for the best, and tried stepping on the brake one more. This is the dumbest decision. We're going for it. Hoped for the best. We're not gonna die, I shouted as I stepped on the brakes again, but it didn't do anything. Ah! Nami tucked her head down. I closed my eyes too, but I was so worked up that I kept screaming something. Kumbot, huh? When I opened my eyes, I saw that the car had stopped. Nami's had her eyes cast down, and she was kind of blushing. Did I shout something embarrassing in the heat of the moment? Don't tell me I shouted out that I loved her. To hide how bashful I felt, I said, "Are you okay, Nami?" This is why it's so scary to drive on mountain roads. It happened to my car. I'm gonna ask her if she's okay. Are you okay, Nami? Yeah, we got out of the car. We could see a small light through the grass. Maybe it's a house. Does that seem like the kind of place where you'd find a house? I certainly did sense some weird vibes coming from that direction. Oh, huh? It seemed like the light started moving. Cut it out. It was a window, right? But I mean, just now, it kind of went like that. To the side. We decided to take a look through the forest. Oh, that's why the tree falls on the car, in case you're in a situation where the car doesn't crash. Nami covered her ears and squatted down. I gasped and watched the giant tree fall. The cedar tree had split in two and it was smoldering, pushing black smoke up into the air. Below it,
Oh,
my
God,
car
please
had
let
been
me check
smashed
the car.
beyond repair. How? It's as flat as a pancake, huh? Well, at least we're both alive. We should get going. We can't just stand around here after all. Yeah, the car always dies. Okay, we got our clothes and flashlight. What if it's not a house? Nami seemed really scared. Maybe the lightning really shocked her. My legs were also paralyzed with fear. This is another thing that we never said. This is another thing we never said. We're gonna go for shit we never said. Sometimes you gotta be a beta. If we're going for all endings, we gotta be a beta sometimes. How's it going, Yo-Yo? Welcome in. My legs were also paralyzed with fear. What's wrong? I've been feeling something grabbing at my feet for a while now. Nami shined the flashlight down at my feet so I could see what it was. Hypericums. Okay, it's the hypericum shit again. As I was walking, they had twisted around my ankles, and though I'm not sure how. Looks like a snake. Nami's voice quivered. Let's hurry. I trampled over the hypericums as we ran. This is nothing. I took Nami's hand and made a run for it. I've never seen this. This is new. I always go for the heroic route when it's new. This is nothing. Once we came out of the forest, the view suddenly opened up. And we're back to Alpha. We're gonna fluctuate pretty hard. It's gonna be weird, but it may get us a new ending. Wow, it's huge. It was a big old mansion, built with brick walls, and it had been constructed in the Western style. A glistening iron gate was set in front of the huge garden. Seems the sort of place you'd find in a ghost story. The lights are on, though. Let's go inside. Nami seemed eager to go inside where we'd be safer. Yeah, we should hurry. I agreed with her. There were more hypericums here than I could see. I should call this place the Hypericum Manor. The Hypercum Manor! Hey! Nami spoke softly. The flowers are calling out to us. Blood! Huh? I just saw blood! I don't think we should go inside. What are you talking about? What do you think will happen to us if another tree gets struck by lightning? Do we have to go inside? Let's go. I'm always lucky, so as long as I set off on the right foot, I boldly proclaimed. I hid the fact that my pulse was pounding. I'm feeling lucky. I teased her. Don't you just love haunted houses? Time to test our courage. Let's go. Both of these are the same thing. We're gonna go with A. I've never seen any of these. We're already in new... I love that we're just instantly in new territory. Let's go. I can't believe you've done this. Alright, I'll do the same. We both started walking together. Oops. That one's my right foot. Stop being dumb. Oh, I know. Modern game. Yeah, this one's... Well, this is probably one of the most extreme cases I've ever seen. Into the Hypercum Manor. Nami and I walked in the sea of Hypercums. It's like we're walking through a Hypercum garden. The brick road leading to the mansion was hard to walk because it was so bumpy. I feel like I'm stepping on something. Light it up so I can see. I shone the light down at our feet. Ah! Animal bones scattered all over the ground, scattered everywhere, so I didn't know it was what. But it looked like they were bones of cats, dogs, and mice. And that's when I said, let's go back. Or this isn't... Okay, this one we've already seen, and I think I've done... I don't think I've done Let's Go Back. We'll go with Let's Go Back.
That's a penis.
I've definitely done This Isn't a Cemetery, is it? And I may or may not have done this one. So if I have done this one, then it doesn't make a difference. Let's go back. I'm starting to like this mansion less and less. Shh, be quiet. I strained to listen. A low, chilling growl was coming from somewhere nearby. suplex the mummy. There could be a wrestling ending. There could be a wrestling ending. We'll find out. A wolf, Nami shouted, going pale. Yep, okay, the wolf attack is happening. Alright, now we're just gonna break it with the flashlight and see if we get cut. Decided to break the window, shove the bag through the window. Oh, wait, I gotta mention that. B. Break window. There we go. I gotta do this too. I gotta keep score, guys. I took Nami's hand and pulled her through. A huge hall, ceiling was drafty, lights were on, place wasn't well lit. I could hear my voice echo, but nobody replied. The whole place felt empty. So I'm not hurt now. What caught my attention was the staircase across the way, the sofa in front. Yep, okay, suit of armor. Humongous aquarium. Do you think nobody else is in here? Your guess is as good as mine. The suit of armor's looking at me. Yep. We've all seen this. It was facing the aquarium. Now it's looking at us. Now we can look in the aquarium. The aquarium has a big fish monster in it. You think they'd keep a big fish in this tank? If we stir it up, we'll find out. Let's look in from above. Okay, we stirred it up last time. Let's look in from above. Or I could just be completely uninterested. Let's look in from above. Hope we get another ending. There's a ladder on the other side of the aquarium. They must have put this here so they could drop in some food. I'm gonna try climbing up to the top. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Nami tried to stop me. I feel like something bad will happen. It's too late now. No backing down. Okay, this is the old decision. And we can't go back up, sadly. Huh? The dirty water started moving. Oh, it started swirling. I've definitely seen this. It could yo-yo. That would be an ending, which means we can move on. Eventually something rose up to the surface. The corpse of an animal? Is it another... Okay. Yeah, I saw a dead cat in there. And this thing, it didn't have a head. It's coming from the second floor. Somebody must be in there now. Let's go. The suit of armor was gone. Yep. Okay, so nothing new yet. I am gonna fast forward through old material as much as I can. Being watched. I've never done C where I'm terrified. Okay, we'll do C this time. At the top of the stairs, the corridor went to the left and right. We walked down the hallway to the right. No reply, they're not here. We open the door, it's the mummy room. Gotta look handsome. 10. We're on ending, we've done endings 4 out of 10. The doors, and when I say 10 endings, I mean 10 entire plots. Like, it's not like an ending specifically, like the entire plot of what's going on changes.
My body is ready.
Panic, I turn... Okay, let's panic and turn the doorknob ourselves. I've never done that. I turned the doorknob. A flash of lightning lit up the room. What is that? Nami clung to my arm. There's the mummy. My teeth were chattering. Okay, this is all very, very familiar shit. It's like same dialogue and everything, so we are seeing that overlap a lot more often now. Okay. Now, let's do this. Let's pick A here. I've never picked A here. Was there anything else? I've always picked B or C. Never picked A. Was there anything else that could be used as a light source? A lot of lightning stretched a lot across the sky, lighting up the hallway. There's a candlestick. Huh? There's a candlestick in the hallway by the wall beside you. I could tell that Nami was touching the wall, looking around for it. There it is, found it. Oh, I think I have done this. Where are you now? Here, and where's the candlestick? Right here. I felt something hard against my hand. Don't touch that. It was one of the mummy's arms. Ah! Thank goodness it was an arm! And right after that, lightning struck, which lit up the hallway. We practically fell over ourselves as we went down the stairs. The flashlight had fallen in front of the aquarium. I picked it up in a hurry. I turned it on and pointed it at the second floor. I could see its hazy circle of light illuminate the second floor passage. There was no trace of the mummy. I can't, my legs. Okay, we're back to the overlap. They're freaking out over a mummy in modern day Japan. I didn't want to scare Nami, so I decided to check out the mummy by myself. There's still things we haven't checked. Want to scare Nami. There we go. Skeleton. I decided to check out the mummy by myself. Where are you going? Nami called out to me from behind. I'm gonna go and find out whether or not that mummy was real. Kenshiro, destroy! Where are you going? I'm gonna find out whether or not that mummy was real. Who cares if it was real? Let's just stop this. Nami was terrified.
Oh my God!
But I'm curious.
So much blood!
And Nami, you're scared too. We need to find out the truth. We just might have mistaken it for something it wasn't. That's true, but still. I'll be right back. I walked over to the staircase. Wait, don't leave me alone here. I'll go too. Okay, she's coming with me. She comes with you no matter what.
See a wizard!
The door had been left open. I saw the electric I timidly took a peek inside, but I only saw the electric stand on the ground. There was no trace of the mummy. How strange. Oh, I guess the standing lamp is what it was talking about? Ah, it's on. The light was back on. The small stand was lit again, as well as the chandelier in the hallway. Oh, a cat. A black cat had come out from under the table. Here, kitty, kitty. Okay, here's the cat. Were we just seeing things? You saw it too, Nami. She was entirely focused on the cat. I picked up the book off the floor. Okay, I found the blood page. Nothing written, just blood, and there's a bookmark. Covered in blackish red liquid that's still fresh. There's blood all over it so we were too scared to read it. We shouldn't be looking at someone else's diary. I closed it right away. Red blood. Okay, I did the traffic light one last time. Could this be the mummy's blood? Let's do we shouldn't be looking at someone else's diary. We'll do that one. Something must have happened here. Let's leave. We headed out into the hallway. Tuning in late. Hey, Baron Redwing. We found the fish one time, but it didn't really attack us that much, and it was like an illusion. It was like... It wasn't like the main plot thing or anything like that. It seemed like an illusion. But we did find a big fish graphic with a big wandering eye. But we'll have to find it again. There has to be like a more fish-centric plot. Hey, Shadrock, welcome in. Shadrock! Get in here. It's all raspberry jam. That's all it is. Big shout out to Shadrock. How you doing? Oh god, I forgot. Introductions are broken for some people. How's the wrestling empire going? We need the eating sushi with the zombie ending. It could happen. Could happen. We're playing OTOGIRISOU. For those who don't know, we're playing OTOGIRISOU, which is a massive visual novel with a whole bunch of choose-your-own-adventure paths you can take. And it also opens in different ways every time you start a new game. We are currently on, like, path 5. We're on our 5th time. And we've gotten 4 out of a possible 10 endings. 10 endings! Oh, really? We haven't been back to wrestling school? Oh, I'm like the wrestling school master now. That's hilarious. That's fine. That's fine. I'm in my ivory tower. How's Retro Island Gaming surviving? I hear MP83 keeps trying to steal his chainsaw. One day. 9 epilogues too, yeah. 9 endings, 10 endings, 9 epilogues. We just gave him his own, so we'll leave you alone. I would call Wrestling Empire retro. It's definitely retro styled. It definitely has that N64 look. And by definition, retro is things that are imitative of old things. So if somebody's like playing, let's say, Crow Country, for example, in the retro section, it's actually more appropriate to do that than to play an actual old game. These are more vintage. This is more of a vintage thing, playing old games. Retro games are games like pretty much anything old style. Any like that new Terminator 2 game would be a retro game, right? Like Terminator 2 No Fate. That would be a retro game by the pure definition of retro. Rick's been romancing every woman, just like real life. Only a few of them have caught on so far. Anyway, we shouldn't be looking at someone else's diary. I closed it right away. Something must have happened here. Let's leave. We headed out into the hallway. The suit of armor. It had disappeared, but it was now standing in our way. I felt Nami growing impatient with me as we ran. Oh, see, I've probably done both of these. We'll do run. We'll do stay with me. We'll do stay with me. Pretty sure I've done both of these. Stay with me. I felt Nami growing impatient as we ran. I'm easily affected by the people I'm with, so I found myself in a race with Nami. We finally made it to the entrance. The door is gone! The huge door from before was missing! Game just keeps throwing us curveballs, guys. I've never seen that. We have an entirely new scenario now where the front door has vanished. In its place was just a wall. The door has turned into a wall. What's going on here? There used to be a door here, right?
Oh, wait!
Hey, Crutus, welcome in. Welcome to Adventure. There used to be a door here, right? Maybe we were mistaken. Maybe we got a little hasty and happened to enter a room that only looked like the entrance hall. We might be in an entirely different area of the mansion. This mansion was huge, so it wasn't out of the question. Anyway, we've got to get out of here now. The window! The window! Oh! We just stood there powerless. It was like the mansion could read our minds. Every single window had been closed up and shuttered. It's like the mansion ate us alive. What's the vote? Oh, type in !vote and you'll see the list. And then you can hit !, vote 1, vote 2, or vote 3. These are going to be after Terrortober, though. These are going to be after Terrortober, so we're just compiling massive quantities of votes. And if you have any questions about any of the vote games, here they are. I'll just put it up right now. If you have any questions about these upcoming games, let me know and I'll tell you about it. Soldier Boys is gonna have to make the list. We may be doing that. I don't know if Soldier Boys is a DOS game. Feta is a trip. I hear very good things about Feta. And Feta 2 with its insane opening with fucking David Hayter and some chick doing a Cammy White cosplay and like fucking Malibu from American Gladiators are like talking in very dubbed Japanese and like shooting at shit and hanging out in the desert. I want to play Feta 2 just as much as I want to play 1. It's like the mansion ate us alive. And that's when I said, I'm not gonna let myself get eaten so easily. Don't say that. You're scaring me, Nami. Nami, my stomach hurts. Could you go find us some weapons? We're gonna go with A. We're gonna go with A. The 200th choice. Okay. Noted down. I'm noting down every choice we make. I'm not gonna let myself be eaten so easily. I was ready to take the offensive. Time to start exploring. Exploring? Mansion doesn't want us to leave, apparently. We might as well check the place out. I like how he's getting steadily more hardcore, like he's subconsciously used to this shit. It's like he's subconsciously used to this shit.
Welcome to another episode of Getting Lost with Midnight Monopoly. And today
You look cooler when you're angry,
Midnight
Kumbot.
Monopoly is fucking lost.
You look cooler when you're angry, Kumbot. Why even bother telling me that? It's not like I can be angry 24/7. Over there. There was light peeking out from behind the gaps of the door that Nami was pointing at. Someone's gonna be in there this time, yeah? I placed my hand on the doorknob. Wait! Nami politely knocked on the door, but there was no response. Are they out, I wonder? Like, the fact that it's like an entirely different story this early on. Like, we're almost guaranteed a new ending just because of this. But, like, that's how it starts. From the fucking beginning of the game, almost. We had to get through some review, but the overlaps are gone again. Now we're just into new content. Again. I'm opening it up anyway. I pulled the door open. This game is massive. Whoa! We got, like, fucking little ghost graphics! Look at the little ghost graphics! I was taken aback by what I saw. A gathering of fiery souls. Ooh. That's the hyper come. Of course. My response was, let's get out of here! Just some burning phosphorus, that's all. Nah, fuck that. I'm gonna stay cool.
Oh, you came. You came. You finally came.
Okay.
Burning phosphorus. That's all it is. I don't give a fuck. Just some burning phosphorus, that's all. Huh? Really? Yeah, really. I know my stuff when it comes to science. I'm a science man. Despite saying that, I trembled as I opened the next door. Ah! What's the big deal? It's a cat. Yeah, it's a cat, but the cat's eyes glowed in the darkness, floating through the air even higher up than our own eyes. Turn the lights on. Nami looked around for the light switch and flipped the lights on. It's a bat! Whoa! Ah! The cat turned into a bat. Nami was scared. Then I said, no way. Both a bat and a cat were there, that's all there is to it. The bat just probably carried the cat away somewhere. That must be a cat bat! It's a bat cat. It's a cat bat. That must be a cat bat. The logical conclusion to Batman and Catwoman's romance that Tom King forced upon the world. And then I returned to the entrance hall with Nami. Just when you thought B was stupid, you read C. I noticed something in the shadow of the sofa. A phone. Is it me, or is the story getting faster? Not just because of the fast forward button. I pulled it over only to be disappointed. The cord's been cut. Yeah, here we go. It's chewed through. They think it's mice. At that moment, a strange black shadow cut through my line of sight and vanished. Okay, that fish, huh? Okay, she saw the giant fish. The fish is here. And now now the phone's ringing. All this is new. I looked at Nami, unsure of what to do. I glared at the phone for a moment, will make Nami pick it up. Picking up the phone myself, I'll hear the night stomping around. And then there's me looking at Nami, which we haven't done yet. And something tells me it'll be the same as B. Moshi Moshi. I looked at Nami, unsure of what to do. My favorite line in the worst anime adaptation I've ever seen, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop.
Moshi Moshi. Moshi 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 Moshi.
Guess who said that line? Guess what character in Cowboy Bebop Netflix edition said that line? It will piss you off. It will make you angry. I looked at Nami, unsure of what to do. For a while, just the two of us stared at each other. John Moshi, you're right. Any other guesses? For a while, the two of us stared at each other, but in the end, Nami couldn't take it anymore and picked up the phone. Hello? Nami turned pale. Hello? She pulled the phone away from her ear and looked at me as though she was asking me to help her. The mummy is laughing. Okay, we've definitely seen this one. We've definitely seen this one. The mummy's on the phone. The answer is Vicious. Vicious said that. Vicious said Moshi Moshi because he was like this British idiot. He was like this silly British guy. That's who the main antagonist of Cowboy Bebop was. He was a silly British guy who acted like a fucking cartoon villain. Ugh. There's, like, I don't think... Oh, God, it was so bad. Oh, God. I made myself... I knew it was gonna be shit. I knew from the outset that it was going to be garbage. But I wanted to be surprised. And Yo-Yo, I was surprised. I couldn't have imagined how fucking bad the Cowboy Bebop Netflix adaptation was. My wildest, darkest imagination could not fathom the depths of fucking dumbassery that was behind the single season of Cowboy Bebop. That's a great Halloween movie, Aerogen. I believe you. I believe that. It doesn't it have like a huge... Isn't there like a huge Halloween parade? It's like a Halloween story. God, that was good. But that's the thing. Cowboy Bebop is a good show. The anime is a great show. God, the TV series. The live action series. It was... You know what they say, like, animations for kids and live actions for adults? Netflix decided to completely reverse those roles. Cowboy Bebop Netflix acted like a show that was aimed at small children. Not in content, but in execution, right? Even when there was like sex shit going on, it seemed like shit that like a fucking 12-year-old who just learned about sex would say. Just really cringy shit. It doesn't matter how minor it is, it's still God tier. It's still God tier. I don't care how major or minor it is, it was huge here in the States. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about popular... If I cared about popular games, I'd be playing Megabonk and not this awesome-ass, like, sound novel right now. I'd be playing that shitty-ass Megabonk game. That is actually kind of surprising. I can't imagine... Maybe a lot of people in Japan just don't watch, like... I imagine there are a lot of people in Japan that don't even watch anime. like a whole lot. I'm talking shit about Megablock. I'm talking shit about it. It's just Vampire Survivors. It's another Vampire Survivors. Another sound I heard came from the second floor. I guess I'll stick with you to the end.
Moshi.
Nami and I looked at each other. Yeah, I don't think all of Japan is otaku. I've had more than enough of this, Nami. I couldn't stop myself from complaining. Nami and I looked at each other. I guess I'll stick with you to the end. I've never done C. We'll do C again. We'll do C. 204. C. I've had more than enough.
Involved in this story should die.
They might. I've had more than enough of this, Nami. I couldn't stop myself from complaining. The fact that every ending has been at least kind of good. We haven't run into a bad ending yet. But they're all like really awesome, intense, crazy endings. Like, they don't have to be tragic. They're just cool. I've had more than enough of this, Nami. But I can't ignore what's going on here. Let's look around. I reluctantly headed up to the second floor. I don't know, Yo-Yo. There might be some bad endings. The closest thing to a bad ending so far was this very ambiguous ending in the first story, where you weren't sure if you saved Naomi or Nami. And right before he checked her forehead, because one of them had a scar on her forehead, to confirm who it was, it cut to credits. It was like a Kiyoshi Kurosawa movie. Well, see, that's the only story that has the scarred forehead that I know of. So, there are times when Naomi is a completely different character in other things. I've had more than enough of this, Nami. Let's go look around. I reluctantly headed up to the second floor. Where did that noise come from? Either way, we haven't checked out the left side yet, so we are going for all 10, Yo-Yo. I feel like it won't take as long as I think, but I am playing a little longer to make sure. I opened the most suspicious door, which smelled fishy. The room was dark. We went straight into the fishy room without picking this time. The room was dark. At the center was a pedestal covered by a black cloth. Okay, we made it to the hex room. Whoever dropped the glass. Somebody dropped a glass face. They're in there.
Oh,
it was the cat. It was the cat. We've already seen all this. There was something about the cat I didn't like. This must be the one who was making that noise earlier. A flower had fallen out of the broken glass. Nami picked it up. I remembered that it was a revenge flower. Because we're always going to find a Hypericum, so we'll remember that it's a revenge flower. That's the theme of the entire game. All of these stories are some kind of revenge story. I don't know who put it here, but do you think they knew the meaning of the flower when they did? Don't be stupid. What would they do that for? Black cat ran off. That's when I said to Nami, maybe the cat was trying to tell us something. Okay, let me move that kill count down a little. There we go. Now it's not on top of Keanu Reeves. Somewhat rare. Somewhat rare. That was Little Mixer going. That was him doing an impression of the game over sound in Sega CD Dracula, and I had to put it into the game over sound. So when I said to Nami, maybe that cat was trying to tell us something. Maybe the cat, the suit of armor, and the mummy are all that's in here. Okay, we never said this. We never said this. 205B. Maybe the cat. There we go. Maybe the cat, the suit of armor, and the mummy are all that's in here. We checked out the second floor just to be on the safe side. Aside from the door we couldn't open, the straw dolls nailed in the door, we couldn't find any traces of anyone in the house, including the mummy's room. So nobody's on the second floor now, right? At the very least, we can say that we couldn't find any people, the mummy or the suit of armor. I decided not to dwell on it. Well, let's try this unopenable door. And then Nami's hungry and wants to eat. So we're back to this again. Hey, Nami, what did I tell you? Nami laughed. I know you're hungry. Yeah. We're hungry. I'll go on ahead, Nami said as she turned her back to me. Wait up! Don't get a head start on me like that. Okay, so we've already done both of these. Let's go with choice B again. B hoped that they'd have something good. Where we're less certain. We set our eyes on the large refrigerator just beyond the dining room. I carefully tried opening it. Whoa, Nami sounded happy. There was raw fish inside. We found 2 sweet fish on a large plate. Maybe they caught these in a nearby river, and it seems like they were just caught. They're gonna be rotten. They're gonna dry up. We could just blame it on the cat if need be. Yeah, they try to eat it. Whoa, never mind! We'll have to settle for the oven. I'll handle the cooking. Nami took out the plate. Whoa, what's this? Nami screamed and the plate fell from her hands. Okay, yeah, they dried up. One day, I'm gonna fish up a humongous one for you, I promise, Nami. We've never seen that choice before. That is a brand new choice. See. One day, I'm gonna fish up a humongous one for you, I promise, Nami. That startled me. Nami, did you hear that? It was a girl screaming. Uh-oh, she might have been attacked. Come, Bot, we need to hurry. Okay, this is another swinging door. Yeah, they're kind of like fish mummies. One day, Nami, one day. One day. Looks for a cat translator. I wonder if she's pretty. What's wrong with you? We headed over to where the scream had come from. Which room do you think she's in? Hoping to save the girl who screamed, I opened the door on the right side of the hallway. Hoping to find out what was going on, I opened the door on the left side of the hallway. Hoping to save myself, I ran away. That's definitely one we haven't picked. This one is definitely... This is a different path. This is definitely a different path. Hoping to save the girl who screamed, I opened the door on the right side. Hoping to find out what was going on, I opened the door on the left side. Well, this is a brand new choice anyway. Let's go with A. Right side of the hallway. 208. A. Right side. The fact that we could run away is also pretty great. Hoping to save the girl who screamed, I opened the door on the right side of the hallway. When we entered the room, I was struck by a cold breeze drifting past. My posture changed to a more guarded one. Oh, come on! Glass door on the cabinet that was set against the left wall was opening and closing. Yep, that was the door creaking. It was a pretty imposing cabinet, though. I pulled the curtain open. Okay, here's the potato cat heads. We found the formaldehyde jars full of cat heads.
Oh, a big one!
I stumbled back into the hallway, drunk on the smell. I stumbled. We'll do that one. Yeah, we've already seen this shocking display. Who keeps cutting off these cat heads? I stumbled back into the hallway, drunk on the smell of formaldehyde. The bathroom was thick with some sort of white stream, but I wasn't sure exactly what it was. Hold on, Nami. Okay. Oh, we're getting the spooky face again. Yeah, her reflection is smiling. Your face might rot off if you don't. Now it's doing the thing where we got spit on by the plant monster. I guess because of the formaldehyde? I don't know. Nami's looking at me. Her eyes have an otherworldly light. I wondered what had happened, so I asked Nami about it. I knew... Okay, this is all... Okay, see, we did. Now her reflection is looking at us, and it's an independent reflection. I'm gonna push A. I knew something was way off. What are you making that face for? Nami laughed, looking as nice as ever. Oh, well... I couldn't tell Nami that her face had just looked like a demon that no man would ever touch. I looked back at the mirror. Nami's reflection was still glaring at me, and now the usual Nami with her happy face was there as well. Nami! I turned around. What are you shouting for? Nami was laughing. Nami! The mirror! Is something wrong with the mirror? Now Nami and I were the only ones reflected in the mirror. Oh, I just wanted to know if you saw this beautiful girl that I just saw in it. I saw a sliding glass door further in. Let's get out from here. I pulled open the sliding door. Beyond the door was a shower room. Okay. Oh, the bathtub's here, huh? Let's leave. We might as well take a shower, I said, looking over at the shower. Oh, the bathtub's here, huh? Let's leave. Let's just leave. Let's just leave. We've never left the shower room before. The shower's been a constant. Let's leave. We've always tried to do sexy time. She always said no. She always beat us over the head or splashed water on us. The bathtub's here, huh? Let's leave. I turned back to Nami. Come, bot. Maybe this is a bad time to ask this, but... Huh? Let's take a shower, okay? I'll make it quick. Just stand guard out there, okay? Out there? I should have known. Okay. I'll be right back with our change of clothes. Let's just leave the whole house. I rushed back to the entrance hall and brought back our bag from there. I spoke up by the sliding door. Anything weird happen while I was gone? No problems here. I imagined Nami's body and I figured there were no problems there either. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? Yeah, ain't no problems with that. I continued imagining what Nami looked like naked. Ah! That startled me. It was the scream of a butt-naked Nami! It was the scream of a butt-naked woman! What's wrong? I was about to jump in there, but Nami jumped out first. It suddenly got so hot, she was totally covered by a bath towel. It seemed the shower wasn't working right. There was steam. Yeah, the shower is set to boiling. It's set to boiling. It's set to 100 degrees Celsius, and we need to turn it down. That is a constant in every version of this game. It almost looked like the shower itself was angry. Oh, hot, hot, hot! I couldn't even bring myself to get close enough to adjust the temperature. They should have a boiler in the basement. I'll go look for it. Okay, so we're looking for the boiler. There was a round boiler that seemed like it could start spitting out fire. I turned the spigot this way and that. Seemed to calm the boiler down. Everything should be fine now. The temperature was set to 100 degrees. Who could have done this? I suddenly became worried about Nami. I hope she's okay all by herself. I vowed to never leave Nami alone again as I ran to her. I've never seen this. I've never seen this. Never seen this one. I'll do the vow. I vowed. Here we go. Choice number 212. I don't know. We'll probably have to find out. I vowed never to leave Nami alone again as I ran to her. Nami! I shouted out loudly as I leapt into the bathroom. Oh. Nami had already changed her clothes and was drying her hair with a towel. Thanks. The shower works great now. Want to take a quick one too, Cumbot? No, I'm good. But you're still so dirty. I do feel kind of gross. Take a shower. You'll feel a lot better afterwards. Okay, Nami, if you say so. I'll keep watch outside. I love how they always shower in this stranger's house. Nami stepped outside the bathroom. Nami! I shouted. Yes? She responded right away. I like that in a girl. I like when a girl responds when I speak. We'll be out when I'm out. It was kind of a strange thing to say. It was kind of a strange thing to say, really. It was the sort of thing spouses or couples in love might say to each other, and yet they still totally understand what it means. But what exactly does that mean? We'll be out when you're out. I guess she didn't really understand. When I'm out of the shower, we'll be out of this mansion, so don't move a muscle until I come out. Yes, sir. I got naked and stepped into the shower. Now I'm naked. I'm naked now. I'm naked right now.
For Barry, it was the McChicken, the best fast food
The
sandwich.
best fast food sandwich.
Barry would go so far as to inquire for extra McChicken sauce packets, as the staff was quite friendly and more than willing to oblige. One time, Barry asked for McChicken sauce packets and was given 3. Barry was heard to remark, "Wow, 3 for free." And the friendly McDonald's worker laughed and said, "If it should please you, sir, I'm going to begin calling you 3 for free." The staff thenceforth greeted Barry with, "What ho, it's 3 for free."
What ho?
And always gave him 3 packets.
They always gave him 3. He was 3 for free from then on. The bathroom felt nice, but it felt nicer if Nami had been in here with me, washing up, getting our bodies all clean. The tub had been filled with hot water before I knew it, and I saw something rise out of the tub. This is new. I saw 2 small faces. This is brand new, guys. Girls. They looked exactly the same. Twins. Did these girls live here? I was just about to say something to them, but the twin girls just smiled at me and sunk down under the water. This is turning into a great time. Hey, hey! The surface of the water swayed around. They had disappeared. Everything was gone. In fact, yeah, they're cat heads. They're just cat heads. Everything was gone, in fact. No girls, no hot water, nothing. The tub was totally dry. Whoa! I tried to get out, but the door wouldn't open. Nami? So there's no water, there's nothing. There's nothing in the tub now. Nami! I was trapped in here. I kept shouting out for Nami. When I realized that I was not only trapped, but naked, I felt like I wanted to cry. Ah, damn it.
What a mess.
Alright, 213. God, I don't know which one's worse. I'm gonna keep shouting. I kept shouting. So we got 2 creepy faces. I'm trapped and my dangles out. Anything could happen. I kept shouting for Nami. Nami, open the door! I kept calling out for her, but she wouldn't respond. Suddenly, there was a storm in the shower. I guess I should have checked the weather report before taking a shower. Not that anyone would ever expect a typhoon to strike them in the stall! Nami! Nami! I shouted at the top of my lungs. Then the suit of armor appeared out of nowhere. You're here! Where did you come from? I ran from it naked, but it quickly chased me down to the other side of the wall. The sliding door wouldn't open. Nami wasn't coming to save me. I was in big trouble. The suit of armor came right up to me, and then it heaved its sword into the air. I only had one shot at this. It brought down its sword. I dodged it by a hair's breadth. The sliding glass door got shattered. I dove through the hole without missing a beat. Nami! I fumbled with my change of clothes and jumped out into the hallway. Nami wasn't there. I was worried that something might have happened to Nami. I was worried that Nami had left without me. Huh. I never got an I was worried. I don't think I ever got an I was worried like this. These are new choices. We'll go with A. Something might have happened. I'm gonna try that too. Nope. That's the first time I've ever seen that choice. We're moving on. We're sticking with A. I was worried that something might have happened to Nami. Nami? Nami? I tried shouting to her, but she didn't reply. I saw the figure of someone in the hallway. It was a woman, wearing a white dress that was fluttering in the wind. Okay, here's Naomi. It was Nami. When did she put on that dress? Nami! After I ran after her. I ran after her, but then she started to float. She continued to stare straight at me as she floated up until she seemed to get swallowed by the ceiling and vanished. I stood there in a daze. We've already read this part. Was I imagining that, or was the ghost that just happened to look exactly like Nami? There's the jump scare. A pair of, probably the best jump scare in the game. I could hear laughter echoing around me after that. Only the wind was blowing. Nami, what in the world was going on? Okay, so we're back to this. We've done this before. I said I'd had to find her no matter what. We're gonna wait for Nami. We're gonna pick C. I thought I'd just wait right here where I was. Oh no, oh, damn it. Never mind, we picked A. We picked A. I knew I was gonna do that by mistake. We picked A. We haven't picked A before, so that's fine. It's okay. We haven't picked A either, but so it's fine. We're still breaking new ground. I returned aimlessly to the entrance hall, but the one I was with Nami in earlier. There was the sofa. And suddenly I was struck by the idea that I might never see Nami again. Ah, shit! I shook my head and brushed aside that stupid idea. I turned back to face the sound I'd heard behind me. Is it me, or do I have, like... Does anybody else have, like, a almost perfect layout of this entire place now? Tank Williams, it's been a while. It's been a minute. Welcome in. Welcome in, Tank Williams. Let me throw you a big shout out. Let me throw you a proper shout out now that shout outs are broken. Thank you, Dan Clancy, for breaking the shout outs, among many other things. Go watch the Tank Williams. What you been playing? We're on path 5 of 10 in OTOGIRISOU. We're gonna try and get a 5th ending before the stream is over, so we got plenty of time. We just lost our girlfriend Nami. She just vanished on us. We're trying to figure out why. This is a very interesting game. OTOGIRISOU is the first of the Chunsoft sound novels. This is different from a visual novel in that there is much more descriptive writing and a lot less art and a lot more sound design. It's not like a visual novel. It's a sound novel. In fact, there aren't even any character models. A lot of this is imagination based, and I've been reading a lot of it. What makes OTOGIRISOU so interesting and unique is the fact that it is based on 10 entire plots. It has a solid beginning where you are a couple. You are main character and your girlfriend Nami, and you're on the road and you're trying to prevent your car from crashing when your brakes go out. And you end up in this mansion in this field of OTOGIRISOU flowers, also known as St. John's wort, also known as Hypericums, also known as Hypercums. They're very, very a haunted place, very haunted place. But it's haunted by different things depending on the choices you make. So the plot will go in these wild-ass directions. Not even necessarily the decisions you make either, because the way the story opens changes between playthroughs. The way the entire plot unfolds will change between hitting start new game. It's really sick, guys. And right now we are on the 4th ending of 10. There are 10 endings with 9 epilogues, so apparently one of these endings has... like, 2 of these endings have the same epilogue at some point. Street Fighter 2 Hyper coming. Funny you should mention that. The same devs, their second game was called Night of the Sickle Weasel, and that actually got a collaboration with Street Fighter 6. And Night of the Sickle Weasel is famous for having these, like, blue silhouettes. I'll show you. I'll show you what it's famous for. It's famous for these blue silhouetted characters. Maybe it's in games. I got pictures of this. that I prepared specifically for streams and I still haven't shown them off. Maybe I did. Yeah, this was what Chunsoft got more famous for. This was the first game before they did this. And it was like a whole trilogy of games. And if you notice, all the characters are these blue... They're basically these blue silhouettes, right? That's all the character design there was. So of course Street Fighter 6 did a collaboration with them. Of course they did. Oh, also there was a really shitty remake with a bonus scenario of Night of the Sickle Weasel, and that bonus scenario was written by none other by Yukishi07, who I've decided is probably a hack. He probably was better back then, but they turned it into this shit. They turned it into this dumb, bland anime shit instead of this really cool, haunting noir shit. But if you notice, those anime characters are not the guest characters in the Street Fighter 6 collaboration that came up for no reason at all, and it just confused everyone. Everybody's just confused by it. I love this. It's so funny. It's such a dumb collab, but it's perfect. There's whole fight scenes. This is exactly what OTOGIRISOU needs, is a fighting game system. And absolutely everybody in the West is extremely confused by this and don't know what the hell it is. And everybody in Japan's like, oh, fuck yeah, I remember this. It's so fucking funny that at least it wasn't just the generic anime characters. At least you're the cool blue silhouette people. Gakko de atta kawaii hanashi. What is that? Gakko. I don't know what game that is. Oh, was that other one? Wait a minute. Are you talking about? That's not what that says. This is another game. This is actually, now this is Bikiso. This is Ima Bikiso, which is kind of in the same vein. This here is kind of in the same vein as OTOGIRISOU. And you can tell that they actually got more photographs and more characters, but instead of blue silhouettes, they would cleverly hide people's faces through, like, just good photography and lighting. I'm really curious about that. That was on PS3. Yeah. I don't know what that is. I don't remember. Gakko Deot. Well, now I need to look at it. Yo, I've been racking my brain for a while. Oh, is that that's another Chunsoft game? You know, I never even looked up this one. I never even looked up this one. It looks great. This one actually looks great. Going out of the way for a deep cut is pretty great. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty great. It's just funny how people are just looking at it like, what the fuck is this? like the fighting game community would have no idea what any of this is. There is only one video game, and that is whatever that happens to be the popular one. I think it was Tekken for a while, but now it's back to Street Fighter, I think. I don't know. I shook my head and brushed aside that stupid idea. I turned back to face the sound I'd heard behind me, and a girl placed her cold hand on my shoulder. I'll look more into that one. More than 50 possible scenarios in the game. What, OTOGIRISOU or a Gakko? Gakko? Damn. You may have to look into that one too. This one has a lot of weird combinations. This is like shuffling a deck a whole bunch. Reviews say, like, I don't give a shit about reviews. Reviews say that Ghoul Patrol is not as good as Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Like, reviews say all kinds of stupid shit all the time. I don't listen to reviews. I shook my head and brushed aside that stupid idea. I turned back to face the sound I'd heard behind me, and a girl placed her cold hand on my shoulder. It was Nami. Nami? Come, bud. Nami looked like she was lost in thought. Come with me. There's something I want to show you. And at that moment, Nami seemed scared to me. I could hear a sense of urgency in Nami's voice. Let's do a sense of urgency. I think these are both the same choice, but let's just go with B. Yeah, some movies, yeah, like Event Horizon got shit on by critics, and it was awesome. The Thing got shit on by critics, and it was awesome. The critics absolutely love some of the dumbest movies I've ever seen. Like, you can't listen to critics. Critics don't even offer good advice. They're not even a good gauging point. They're just something I just ignore now, or look at out of a sense of morbid curiosity. I could hear a sense of urgency in Nami's voice. Nami took me to a room on the second floor. This is the place. Take a look. Exactly. Playing it directly is the review. And don't even listen to my reviews. Don't even listen to when I review a game. Find out if you want to play it yourself. Like, shit. Like, just because I don't like a game doesn't mean you shouldn't like it. Just because I love a game doesn't mean you should like it. You know, it all depends on you. Nami took me to a room on the second floor. This is the place. Take a look. All sorts of toys. They all seem to be toys for girls from about 15 years ago. Oh, so this was a kid's room. It all brings back memories, Nami said. Does for me, too. The girls in my neighborhood all had toys just like these. No, I didn't mean it that way. Huh? It's not just the toys that bring back memories. It's this room, too. What a weird thing for Nami to say. I wonder why everything's in sets of two. So we've definitely seen this. We've definitely seen this. Nami picked up a monkey toy. She picked up the monkey toy and the monkey toy attacked. I can't get it out of my hands. I plucked the annoying little monkey out of Nami's hands and smacked it. Let's get out of this lousy mansion. As I led Nami out of the mansion, I felt like we were being watched. We never did this one.
I'm gonna spank you, monkey!
Watched. Felt like we were being watched. Let's hurry, Nami. Nami suddenly stopped in her tracks. We smacked the monkey. We spanked the monkey. There were old lines comparing heights carved into a thick pillar that stuck out of the stucco wall. Oh, it's a different... The height lines are different now. They must have been 3 or 4 years old. Names were etched next to the lines. Nami and Naomi. It's my name. Cut it out, Nami. You make it sound so weird. I compared my height here with another girl. Hey, I chided her, feeling flustered. There are plenty of people named Nami. Don't get any funny ideas just because this girl had the same name as you. Right. Dolphin flogged. You're right. Nami's expression returned to normal. This Nami is probably older by now, right? Oh. Oh? A crack ran up the pillar before my very eyes. It was still moving up. When it reached about where my eyes were, it formed a new height line. That new line was Nami's height now. How could it be? I wondered who Naomi was. I thought about why Nami's name would be here. I thought, who cares about this? Let's hurry up and get out of here. I wondered who Naomi was. Let's do that one. Because I personally am, because she can change. Wondered who Naomi was. The face Nami was making made her look like she was dead inside. Kumbot. I was a twin. Okay, here we go. We've already heard this. We've already heard this one. We lived here with Mom. I could hear a piano. She breaks into a run. Okay, all this is shit we've already seen. Yep. The piano was being played by a woman wearing a white dress. The woman was Nami. I did a double take. The woman who looked like Nami had disappeared. The piano was still playing. I was a twin. Yep, here we go. We're doing the twin thing. There was a man. Mom was nice to him. I liked him. He was like a dad or a brother. Yep. Here we go. You're an only child, so she's convinced again that she's not an only to that. Yeah. We have to do the convincing thing again. Nami, calm down. I know you've been through a lot today. Your nerves have got to be shot. But, Nami shouted as she cried. My real mom was here. I had a twin sister named Naomi, too. The two of us compared our heights here. I remember it. Don't give me that nonsense. Yeah, let's do the don't give me that nonsense. I'll write that down as a choice. Don't give me that nonsense. There we go. Let's just get out of here through the window. No! Nami, you need to chill out. What about your mom and dad in Tokyo? Yep. Nagatsu, yeah. Nanagatsu Mika. July 3rd is her name. Her name is July 3rd. I'm telling you, those are all just a bunch of... Nami, go. There's something in my past that I'm starting to remember. I don't want to have to tell you what it is. It's your past, it's my past. I don't think I ever wrapped up all the pain. I did not. Okay, I never picked A here. Let's pick A here. I never picked this. I wanted to wrap up all the pain that Nami was feeling. Nami trembled in my arms. Okay, good. I'm scared, Kumbot. I'm scared. She clung to me like a baby. Very efficient. Yeah, I agree. Shichigatsu. It's Shichigatsu or Nanagatsu. I guess it could be either one. I guess the preferred is Shichigatsu. But I imagine Nanagatsu wouldn't be bad either. Or would it? Is it really like a faux pas to say Nanagatsu also? I'm not really sure how people over there treat Shichi and Nana. For those who don't know, Shichi is also the number 7. So Nana, you have Nana as number 7 and also Shichi. Oh, okay. People usually just say Nanagatsu because Shichi sounds like Ichi. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think I have underestimated the power of
But it is interesting. She could have just been called, like, what, Shimi? She could have been called Shimi. But they stuck with Nami. She clung to me like a baby. I have a feeling I stabbed my mom. That's stupid. I did, though, with a sword. I stabbed her, my own mom. We did it together, me and Nami. Oh no, are we locked in this ending now? We may be locked in a different, in one of the earlier endings. When did this happen? You've been living in that same house in Tokyo since elementary school. Oh, we may be locked into the same ending. Shit. So, yeah. The oldest you could have been when you lived there was 6 or 7 tops. Are you seriously gonna tell me a 6-year-old girl and her sister stabbed their own mom with a sword? Nami ran out of the room. Thought about how to put a stop to Nami's confusion. When I thought about the pain Nami must be in, my heart ached for her. I thought about how tired I was from all this running around. You know what? I never saw the Nami's confusion one. We could do this one. I thought about how to put a stop to Nami's confusion.
Do that.
Nami was shivering in the corner of a room like a cow. Oh, we already did this too. Shit. I'm going to kill her this time together with my sister. We're going to stab her to death. What are you saying, Nami? It's too late for us now. We're cursed. Leave me alone. Just drop it. She pushed me away. This is different. They're saying they're going to kill her now. Didn't she say that they had already killed her earlier? A is pretty funny. I knew that if I didn't find her now, something terrible would happen. I could hear Nami scream. How much time have I spent running around in this mansion now? Cumbot, come here! I'm just glad she's okay now. She's gonna be killed if I don't hurry up. Okay, let's go with A. It still may be a different ending path. I'm just glad she's okay now. I jumped into the room. Nami was standing in front of some bookshelves. Look! She was pointing at an old photograph. Okay, now she's pointing at the photograph instead of the books. There were two girls in the picture. We're not screwed. I thought we were screwed for a second. I could tell at first glance that it was Nami as a kid. The other girl looked just like her. It's me and Naomi. We're twins. I was right. I really was born and raised here. That's ridiculous. I laughed. It's just a coincidence. It's just a photo of some girls who look kinda like you. So what? Every time it haunts my ass. It still looks like a coincidence. Still think it's a coincidence now. She flipped the picture over. And it said Nami and Naomi's 3rd birthday. I was at a loss for words. No. Nami pushed me and ran out. Nami, wait! Don't come after me! Nami turned to me with tears streaming down her face. Someone's dead because of me. If they're not dead already, they're about to be. That's ridiculous. I have the hands of a killer. Here we go again with the I have the hands of a killer. Listen to me, Nami. You need to listen, Cumbot. Nami shouted. I might even end up killing you. Her tearful voice disappeared into the darkness of the hallway. Nami! If this keeps up, the two of us are through. A monster will take her if she keeps going on with that nonsense. Why did Nami say that she might kill me? A monster might take her. I haven't done B or C of this. I've never seen C. Let's do A. Why did Nami say that she might kill me? I found Nami. It was nighttime, but heat waves were moving through the courtyard and she was standing in the middle of the scene. Many twin girls were crying in front of a blood. Oh no, it's the twin girls again. Shit. Nami, I shouted, don't come any closer. These are all the girls who couldn't pass away after they killed their mom, just like my sister. Damn it, it is the same one. I think we're in the same ending. Shit. I found out where she was. She'd been frozen in place. Tried to walk up to her. She began to float up in the air. Something white appeared before me. We killed her. Damn it. Damn it. Well, what do we do now? Now we just kind of have to rush through this. We've already done this ending. This is the cursed ending where the two girls killed their mom. Or they thought they did. When really it was the mom that tried to kill them. Hey, Ghost Milk, we're rushing through an ending path that we've already done. Welcome in, Raiders. I want to get one more ending out. I want to get one more ending done. But this is not the one. We're going to have to fast forward through this, guys. I tried peeking in. Let's try peeking in and see if it's any different. Welcome in, guys. What you been doing, Ghost Milk? Here's a shout out. I can't really do the big shout out. Apparently it's broken. It works, but it only says new. It only says like new announcements and nothing else. It's really weird. We haven't beaten the game. We haven't beaten the game. There are 10 endings and only one of them is the real ending, and we're trying to get that one. Only then will we have beaten the game. Oh, really? Cool. Awesome news. Awesome news. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully you've been enjoying it. Also, welcome in. Get comfy, guys. You've been playing... Which one have you been playing? Which one? Is it the, It's one of those. Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one, Ghost Milk. Japanese version, lots of live translation. Oh, nice. Which Silent Hill 2 are you playing? The original or the remake? I spotted a door that had been opened just a crack. I tried peeking in. Real Hardware PS2. That's... Man of culture, Ghost Milk. You're an individual of culture. Oh God, how you liking the sound? If you haven't yet, make sure to switch it to, I think the sound setting is headphones. In the options screen, the real sound on Real Hardware through headphones is amazing. Ghost Milk, you'll love it. It's a really good game. Like, and it's like one of the, like, 2 games that used, like, a specific thing on the Emotion Engine in the PS2 that allowed for, like, really crisp 3D sound. Oh yeah, you'll want it with headphones. I'm sure your viewers with headphones have been really like, whoa, like really mind blown about it. It sounds really good, and make sure to switch that headphone setting in options. It's so good. But yeah, good on you for not playing the remake, for playing the original first, because the original is the Team Silent Vision. It's not as bloated, and it's way more, and in my opinion, the acting is way better. I didn't like the acting in the remake compared to the original. But yeah, you'll see what I mean. The sound is just, it's so good. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the remake. Oh, you're going through all of them in order. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Those poor people who played the remake first and never touched the original have no idea. They have no idea what they missed. I tried peeking in. Nami was on the other end of the room, crouched down by a window. Nami! I tried to enter the room in a way that wouldn't alarm her. Whoa! When she stood up and turned to face me, I saw that Nami had something shiny in her hand. I was shocked to see that it was a sword. Nami! This is it. The sword we used to kill our mom. We stabbed her, Nami and I. We stabbed our mom. You've been possessed by some sort of stupid fantasy. Now throw that sword away. I must be punished just as Mom was. Yeah, okay. So we've already done all that. I'm gonna kind of rush through this part. I've already done this part. You can find that in the VOD. But we are trying to get new content and rush through the bad or the already done content as quick as possible to make this game just a little bit shorter.
Yet you balked at the chance of adventure.
Oh, I know, Yo-Yo. It's so heartbreaking. It's ultimately their loss, though. We know better.
It is clear you
we know better.
Paid attention. Come back when you are rested. Try again. Computer and program.
Anyway, that's right. The graves of the twins who killed their mother and were punished for it. I didn't realize exactly when she'd arrived, but Naomi was standing there with us. That's the curse of this estate, the curse of the mansion that was brought here from the west. The curse that makes twins kill their parents. Now, what's funny is that this is the only, at least, I think, only path in this game that has this specific curse. OTOGIRISOU does not mess around with changing the story to fit the ending. So, like, you're gonna have, like, a completely different experience depending on how the game starts and the choices you make. Like, it's not just the ending that changes, the plot changes completely. Yes, this is a 1992 sound novel. Her voice was cold. On her 7th birthday, we stabbed our mom with this sword. The sword on the floor rose up, flew through the air, and fell into the palm of Nami's hand. So this is a completely different, like, reveal from any other ending in the game. I've already received my punishment. You need to hurry and be punished too, or the curse will mummify you. Ugh! Nami and I shouted at the same time. The sword gleamed. In the light, we could see a scene of 7-year-old twin sisters stabbing their mother with the sword. Kamaitachi no Yoru, also known as Night of the Sickle Weasel. That was by the same devs. Same devs. We were just talking about Kamaitachi no Yoru. And the hilarious Street Fighter 6 collab that just happened between Spike Chunsoft and Capcom, where you can be one of those silhouette people kicking each other's asses. For some reason. The sword vanished along with Naomi. Nami was looking totally pale. That was me. We killed our mom. Stop it, Nami. I have to hurry and receive my punishment. Alright, then I'm going to. Let's see if we can change the ending. Let's see if we can change this ending. Or see if we're, like, locked in really hard. I'm also writing down every decision. This is the 225th decision that we've made. Alright, then I'm going to. It will be a little lower on the results screen, because certain dud decisions don't count, and I'm counting every one of them. I'm counting all the decisions. Yeah, it's hilarious, guys. It's like, I don't know, you guys tell me. You guys tell me. I'll put it up one more time. I'll put it up one more time so you guys could see this. Yeah, they called it Banshee's Last Cry. For some reason. That was for the iOS release that got pulled very quickly because it was just not a great translation. This shit. It's so good. It's so good. That's a good question. That's a good question. Alright, then I'm going to. Don't come after me. Nami stopped me, looking pale. Why not? Because I'm going to be punished. That's why I'm going with you. Being punished means I'm going to be killed by Mom. I know that, I said. So I'm going to be punished along with you. Tears came to Nami's eyes. Come, bud. Don't hurt me like this. Nami ran into a nearby room. I ran after her immediately. A strange room. On the other side of the room, there was a tiled wall depicting Mother Mary with her child. Nami stood in the center of the room. This is it. The prayer room. Okay, we've already seen the prayer room, so that didn't change anything. Nami kneeled on the spot, positioned herself to pray, and at that very instant, the air in the room changed. I could hear children crying. Look at this. There was an old newspaper article stuck on the wall with a pin. Yep, here's the glitchy paper. For some reason, the newspaper's glitchy on this thing. Yaku Yujo Dangi. Sounds vaguely familiar, but I might not. If it's what I think it is, then yes. Is it a 3DO game by any chance? Oh, yes, I've heard of this. I've heard of this, and in fact, it got a fan translation not too long ago. I wouldn't mind playing this one of these days. But I have definitely heard of this. Yeah, this is the one with all the fucked up graphics and faces. It looks pretty great. I haven't played it yet, and it's not on my Terrortober list, but it may pop up. I am curious about it. Clipping from 1869 near the start of the Meiji area, the font used in the article was unique to the area, as you can tell. Anonymous sledge concerning the estate. Okay, yes, the Western mansion that they moved over. Any mother who lives there always gives birth to twins. She always ends up killing them due to a curse. It's the mom that kills the twins, not the other way around. So this is still the same ending path? Fuck. It was bound to happen. The chances were gonna get higher. It's your 3rd birthday. My hand moved to kill my children again. Yeah, here's... Oh, damn it. And here's the mom talking about how she's resisting killing the kids. Oh! This was bound to happen. This was bound to happen. Okay, this may be different. I might be able to use this. Now, I never did this. I never did this. I never said I tried to dismiss the sword. I might be able to use this. Let's try that. I took the sword and chased after Nami. Wait, Nami! Nami looked at me with terror in her eyes. Kumbot, what are you doing? Nami barely dodged as I made a hole in the wall with the sword. Kumbot, stop! Run, Nami! I shouted as I went after her, swinging the sword. My own body was trying to kill Nami. Help! Kumbot, forgive me! Damn it! At this rate, I was gonna cut Nami down. What? Run away, Nami! Wait! I shouted, though what I said, it didn't make any sense. Okay, we'll do B. Because I actually hit her. I actually stabbed her. It didn't matter, she still survived. But I actually hit her. Let's try not hitting her. Run away, Nami. Wait! I shouted, though what I said didn't make any sense. Suddenly, another sword appeared in the air. The sword in the air came slashing down at me. Oh, shit! I was fighting against the same sword I was holding. If I didn't take this thing down, it was going to kill me. Kumbot, help me! Nami's voice startled me, and I took another look at what was going on. What I'd been slashing at was Nami. I've been trying to kill Nami. I never expected I would be the one to kill her. No! I hurled the sword aside. Nami, I barely managed to say. No, I hurled the sword aside. Let's do that one. A? No. There we go. The sword fell to the floor, but then a cobra rose, lifting its head up. The sword flew straight from left and right before my very eyes. The sword, unheld by anyone, was swung down. Ah, Kumbot! I could hear Nami scream from far away, and my vision went black. Am I a wall now? Am I a wall now? If I'm a wall now, then it doesn't matter, does it? Yes, this is Nami's mom before she became a mummy. I'm a wall! Fuck, I'm a wall again. I'm a wall again, guys. It's the flashback. Fuck. Should I just start over, or should I let it play out? Because it might be one of those, apparently we have to get 2 endings at one point. I got fucking walled. I'm a wall now. Basically, I'm watching this flashback and he's saying that he's the walls in the house as he's watching. Yeah, there's nothing different about any of this shit. It's not a variation. I'm looking at it right now. I wish it was, Raze. I'm actually really scanning the shit out of this, but no, everything's happening exactly as it did before. Scene changed again.
Come on, step it up.
Yeah, it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. Of course we were gonna get the same ending more than once. And you know what that means? I said if I ever got an ending that I would look at the spreadsheet. I would look at the spreadsheet if I ever got the same ending twice. Because this game is way too long otherwise. Disgusting presence. Yeah, you turn, the evil presence of the mansion is attacking. Oh, shit. This is the ending where the master of the mansion is the one doing the killing. We'll get past it. We'll get past it. We'll move on. We'll find a new ending. We'll get a new ending one way or another. And I'll show you guys just how complex this fucking game is. And you'll be like, oh, no wonder you got the same ending twice. There's no way you could have avoided it. Apparently hitting her with the sword does the same thing, too. That's a good question. I have to get 9 endings to get the 10th. I have to get 9 endings. And I'm pretty sure I can't get the same ending twice. Or, well, I can get the same ending twice, but it doesn't count as an ending. You know, it's something we already got. It's like getting a gray star in Mario 64, right? Like, yeah, you got that gray star, but it doesn't mean anything. We did, which means that the paths can end in the same way, even if new stuff happens. Yeah, and this is pretty much going to be the same thing. I'll keep writing stuff down. 22, 228, 9, 229A. I don't care what happens to me. Okay. I don't care what happens to me. I wrestled with the suit of armor, hoping to save Nami's life at the very least. Combat! Nami, run! Then the suit of armor's sword, which was being hurled down to cut into me, suddenly stopped. Oh, something strange was going on with the suit of armor. It started spewing some sort of yellow steam from its whole body as it took 2 or 3 more steps in our direction. Okay, this is new. Then the suit simply collapsed. The steam coming out of it changed to a bluish color. And from the scattered pieces of the suit of armor, the green cat stepped out. Its eyes flashed at us and then it disappeared. What was that the physical manifestation of the curse? That was the same cat. So the same thing happened. And then explosions started, yep. I don't know if we have to sit through the whole credits every time, or if we can just reset. I guess there's one way to find out. We could do something like that. Yeah, the wind struck my cheeks. We managed to make it out. The curse of the mansion is gone because the mansion burned down. And we're both free now. That's one ending of 9, 10, but we've already got it. Oh. The wind struck my cheeks. Alright, so we're at credits now. Let's try resetting. And see if it'll start us from the next... Like, I wonder if it's saved there. If not, it'll just continue us from the last section of the book. And we'll have to watch the whole thing. Okay, 222. Which kind of matches up with what I got. 6th time. So we're still 4 out of 10 endings in. Let's continue. If it starts on the road, then we can just reset as soon as the credit starts. Okay, here we go. Now, we're back at the beginning now. And I'm going to show you guys, for anybody new here, exactly how big this game is. This is one flowchart for the game. This is the second. This is the third. This is the fourth. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. I haven't looked at any of this. I haven't really looked at any of this. But it's a lot. Oh, God. Burned Route, Monster Family Route. I don't know any of this. Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff. The narrow mountain road weaved back and forth. I'm not sure if it was because of the shadows from the mountain or something else, but it felt oddly gloomy. The trees were all lined up in a row like a procession of corpses. Okay, so it's the corpse procession again. But it felt oddly gloomy. The trees were lined up They were shaped like monsters. I decided to put those disturbing thoughts out of my head. I could hear Nami breathing lightly as she slept. She was awake until just a moment ago. I figured she must be tired after a day of fishing at the river. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do these even mean? What is any of the... These are like fucking... I don't know what... Certain choices are unlocked in waves. Certain choices are unlocked in waves, each one requiring different conditions. These can lead to new scenes, new endings. You can see colored scenes available per wave, and what waves unlock certain endings. Colored tiles lead to the corresponding colored scene. So if I pick this, we'll go to this. And if we pick this, then it'll go to this. Which makes sense because there's the story about Mom making the medicine. This is so... What the... This is chapter 1. Well, the thing is, we can't save state either. We can't save state either because the save file is tied directly onto it. Even if I save stated, I can't do it. Right? This is fucking... This is madness is what this is. Okay, and so these are the different waves. These are the different waves, right? These are the different waves. How do we get different waves? How do we get to wave 2? How do we get to wave 3? A naked Nami? What the... Alright, we're looking way too ahead now. Now, this is all wave 1, and we definitely did all of this. We definitely did all of this. At least I think so. There may be some different... Oh, there are 3 fucking endings with the burned route. And only one with the twin curse. And only one with the mom and dad ending. And we've gotten all of these. We've gotten all of these. I don't care what happens to me. So all of these just go to the same place. Once we're locked here... Once we learn about the twins' curse, this is just a locked-in ending. Mother and father route, same thing. So there was nothing, as soon as it was this, it was gonna end like this, no matter what. This, however, has completely different endings. And we went to the piano hall. We went to the piano hall and got the piano hall ending. Oh, shit. Very first sign of twins ending. And reset the damn game. For sure. We'll do that from now on. But how do we get to be on the burned ending route? Like, we need the burn ending route to get one more ending, right? This is fucking insanity. I'm assuming that these yellow endings will take us to yellow things, and we need to stick with red choices to get to the red. This is fucked. I guess so. And we're fishing by the river, so it's starting us out with the parents ending, but we can change it. Every single choice will holy fuck. I've beaten the game enough times. I could definitely look at this now. This is fucking insanity. Every single choice in this game will lead you down a different path. Every single choice. And then we're getting And then we're getting C endings. So if I go with the gory version, I'll be in like this green situation. But then I have to get really specific with... Ah, shit. Then I have to get really specific with what I do. I have to get really specific with what I do pretty much the whole time. This is fucking crazy. Yeah, if I pick this, if I try to bump into the trees, it'll take me up here. What the fuck? It'll take me here. And then we could go back to here. This is fucking nuts. Would it even help? Would it even help? Would this, like, does this even, like, I could do this, but that's, oh, fuck. That's why we always had variation. This is fucking shocking, guys. I can't even look at it. I could probably do that, but I think we're better off just making choices we haven't made before and doing it the way we've been doing it. I don't even want to look at the rest of them. I could hear Nami breathing lightly as she slept. She was awake until just a moment ago. I figured she must be tired after a day of fishing at the river. She looked beautiful as she slept. I couldn't help but gaze at her. Come bought a car! Every time I hit a choice where I've got all three choices, I'll take a look. I guess? I thought about how cute Nami was. Yeah, we've done both of these, for example. So if I say that, it'll keep me on the yellow ending, but I'll go to the red ending, which is what we want to do. Huh. That's insane. That's insane. The fact that every single choice takes you somewhere else is crazy. But it's also kind of awesome. I shivered like I just had a premonition of something sinister. Okay. Hey, Kumbot, what's the name of those flowers? So here's the OTOGIRISOU flower story. SNES SNES game, by the way. And we could go with the gory version and go whatever the green route is. Or we could go with the A version and go to the fire route. I kind of want to know what the other fire endings are, because we got to get all the endings anyway. Once upon a time. What's this about all of a sudden? It happened ages ago. Okay, the two brothers, the Falconers. Okay, I'm not writing them down anymore. It's so fucked and crazy in how it tells itself that I don't really need the notes anymore. We'll just glance at the spreadsheet if I get really confused. It was a perfect day to go on a hunt. Everything was going so well, so the nobleman was in an especially good move. However, after the sound of a huge bolt of lightning echoed forth, the clear sky suddenly became cloudy and big chunks of hail fell from the sky. Everyone fled in a panic. The falcons flying above them had it especially rough. The hail was as big as a fist. The falcons were getting knocked to the ground, gravely wounded. The hunt was called off. The nobleman was furious. The hunt would have to take place in 5 days, so the falcons would be healed by then. Okay, so embellishing the story... it doesn't matter. Okay, so the short version will just take you the same way. Which is great. Good lord. Also picking... I don't know. They passed away. Secret medicine. The younger brother couldn't sleep. What are you doing? He shouted as he ran over to her. Just let me die, please. We did the long version. Two Falconer brothers, one older, one younger, had a secret formula to heal falcons. The younger brother fell in love with a woman whose father was dying, was doomed to die if he didn't get his falcon healed because of a big lightning strike. So he he gave her the ointment that he wasn't supposed to, and this pissed his brother off, and his brother chopped off his head, and the younger brother's blood sprayed all over the flowers. That's the story. That's the short version. And that's how the OTOGIRISOU flowers got their name, because OTOGIRISOU means cut brother flower, or the brother cut flowers. What was exactly the meaning of that flower? It's not like first love. So when they said that this had like 10 million variations, they were probably right, because every single choice matters, even the ones that don't seem to have anything to do with anything matters. So you have like all these like millions of possible combinations. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's not out of the question, I responded calmly. I thought they were just bullshitting in the magazine ad so people would like buy the game. I didn't know that it was literal. I didn't know it could have been literal. Okay, I think we're going the right way. I flipped on the windshield wipers. It was getting pretty dark out. There weren't any lights on in this road, and it was narrow. It wasn't easy to see which way the road would turn. Actually, let's do that. Let me write these down. I want to keep it kind of pure. I want to keep it kind of pure. Right? Let's do, what was it, the cursed ending again? It was the wall, yeah, mom killer ending. That was literally just, no, it was the second to last, okay. Okay, so first we, let's see, 2:30. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? 2:31. There's also A, embellish. And then we got 2:32, which was also A. Listen to the end. 2:33. A again. Calmly. I responded calmly. 2:34. Road looks different. A. We're going the right way. What if we go A the entire way? We've never gone A the entire way. We've never gone A the entire way. Okay, I think we're going the right way. We'll start, well, and no more of that. No more of that. We'll just keep going. I think we're going the right way. I flipped on the windshield wipers. It was getting pretty dark out. There weren't any lights on this road, and it was narrow. It wasn't easy to say which way the road would turn. When I turned on the headlights, I could tell there was a sign up ahead, but I couldn't see it well enough, so I sped up a little. And it said, curve ahead, slow down. Because of course it did. Car just gradually kept picking up speed and going downward on the slope. The brakes are out! Oh no! We've definitely done this. Got an A-Max. We got an A-Max. We could A-Max. No, we're gonna crash. Yeah, hoping for the best and stepping on the brake was kinda stupid. Actually, let me, what would that even... Yeah, I think so. I think A-Max... Let's A-Max, fuck it. We're A-Maxing. We're A-Maxing. I pulled the bar... We were gonna go all A's. I pulled the parking brake. I could feel the back of the car swerve. The car had gone off the road and to the right, straight into some tall, thick grass. The car that had been coming our way had veered left and honked as it zoomed along out of sight. Whew! The tension left my body and I slumped back against the seat. My whole body was covered in sweat. Looking at the passenger seat, I saw that Nami was hanging her head down. Are you okay? I thought we were dead. Same here. You're not hurt, are you? You're not hurt, are you? We're A-Maxing. We're A-Maxing. Something's gotta go down. Sure, I'm not hurt, but I am shaking. I gotta write these things down, too. I gotta write them down. 235 A. I gotta write all this shit down. I forgot. I pulled the parking brake. Brake, and you're not hurt, are you? 236 A. You're not hurt, are you? There we go. Sure, I'm not hurt, but I am shaking. Me too. There's the tree. It got broken in half. A bolt of lightning fell on the tree right before our eyes. It split the tree in two and set it on fire. It's coming down. We flew out of the car. Come bought your car. I haven't, yo. I don't know good enough Japanese. Moonlight Syndrome's getting a fan translation, though. I do want to play it, though. I do want to play Twilight and Moonlight Syndrome. The tree had fallen directly onto the car, smashing it. The top of the car had caved in and the front windshield was busted. It was a sad sight. It'll be fine. At least we're both okay. I hid how disappointed I felt. It took all I had to keep a strong front. Yeah, the tree always falls directly on the car. We could get it remodeled into a convertible, which is not a good idea because the car caught on fire. It wouldn't have worked anyway. It would have looked lame. I felt worried. We're A-maxing. We are A-maxing. We are A-maxing. Gotta write that down, though. Gotta write it down. I felt worried, so I moved closer to Nami. Sure is dark out tonight, isn't it? Don't even start with that. What are we gonna do? It's starting to rain harder, too. Nami held our bag over her head. Huh? You got out with a bag, Nami? Your wallet's in here and our clothes. Not that money will do us any good while we're stuck out here. It's fine, it's fine. It was a smart move, Nami. I opened the bag. I put a flashlight in here, too, after all. I flipped it on and the light revealed the yellow hypericum flowers that had been there in the darkness. They're blooming here, too. Oddly enough, all of the other flowers and grass besides the hypericums were all dried up. They seemed to form a trail, almost like they were leading us ahead into the forest. It's like they're showing us the way. For real, how far could they go? Hey, I see a light up ahead. Nami pointed to the other side of the forest. There really is, but it's weird. Was there a light up ahead earlier? Now that you mention it. No. Maybe I was so focused on driving the car that I never noticed it. I guess that's possible, but it seems so sudden. Nami gave an emphatic blink. It doesn't mean anything. They probably just had the lights off until now. Sure, that's a good way of thinking of it. Nami smiled, but I'm sure she was still afraid, deep inside. Because her smile was totally awkward. Anyway, we'll be okay now. We can take shelter at that house. Let's go! I took Nami's hand and we started walking. As we continued along, the clusters of hypericums became thicker and thicker. It honestly did seem like they were guiding us. And just when I started to believe it, we came to a fork in the road that split in 3 directions. The center path was the same width as the path we'd been walking along up until now. The path to the left was a little narrower and muddy. The path to the right had grown thick with trees. It seemed like it was haunted. Oh, this is entirely new. This is, okay, that's a good sign, I guess. We're going to the set. We're choosing the... No, we've definitely done this. Let's A-max. Center path. I chose the... Oh. Yeah, we've never gotten a path choice like this. We're A-maxing, though. We're going all A's. We're going all A's. I chose the center path. Eventually, the path became wider and easier to traverse. Something still bothers me, though, I said as we walked along. What? The brakes. It's just strange, you know? The brakes. Yeah. There was nothing wrong with them when we headed out. On the way back, we were going uphill, so I never even had to hit the brakes. I only had to hit the brakes just then, at that moment. So you're saying somebody messed with the car while we were out? Yeah, but this wasn't too far just to call it messing with us. You're right, we almost died back there. I don't remember doing anything that'd make someone want to kill me. Hey, maybe... Nami stood still and looked up at the sky. Lightning again. It's true. We'll be in trouble if it strikes here. We need to hurry. The path was totally level now, without any slope. We ran straight out of the forest. There it is. Oh shit, I got really laggy. My shit's real lag. What is with my camera? It's been doing this since... Oh no, that's a terrible one. There we go. Back to normal. Suddenly, we could see it. Right before our eyes was a huge mansion. It's been doing that lately. Like the last 3 or 4 days, it's been doing that. It made us forget all about being scared of the lightning and intensity of the rain. We stood there in awe for a moment. A huge iron gate gleamed black, wet with rain. We could see how big the mansion's garden alone was through the gaps in the gate. No, I know, right? What a surprise. We found... The thing is, we were probably going to find the mansion no matter what. The pathing has nothing to do... Like, it's almost completely random. Or at least when you don't know what's going to happen. Because you could say something completely innocuous and it will lock you into a path. And then you could make another innocuous decision and it'll put you right back on the other path. It's so crazy. What a mansion, huh? It really was impressive. It was probably a good 50 meters from the gate. Maybe it was because of how far away it was, or maybe it was the rain, but the mansion didn't seem to be in the best shape. Still, the sight of it made my pulse pound for some strange reason. Should we go in? Yeah, I'm a little scared, though. I approached the gate. It didn't seem to be locked. There was an intercom on the right column. There's an intercom now! Okay, we're A-maxing. I'm sticking with A. I pushed the intercom. I was going to anyway. That sounds awesome. I pushed the intercom button without any hesitation. I waited a while, but didn't get any response. Nobody's home, maybe? I pressed the intercom button again, but as I expected, there was no response. 9 in the morning. Get some sleep, man. Night. It's weird, isn't it? The lights are on, though. It was true. There were several windows in the mansion where you could see light coming through. I pushed the gate, and it opened without a sound. I figured out it wasn't locked, and I was right. What should we do? The sudden flash of lightning sent us reflexively onto the grounds of the estate. I was totally unkempt inside. The grass was all the way up to my waist. It was like there were walls of grass on both sides of the brick-lined path. They really let the place go, huh? Hey, aren't these Hypericums? Nami pointed down. It's a crazy one. We're definitely getting more stuff out of it. I don't want to look at the walkthrough, though, because there's almost no point. There's almost no point, since every innocuous decision could just take us to one of the endings. You're right, they're blooming here too, huh? And it's not just here. Look, there's some over there, too. Hand me that flashlight. Yeah, exactly. Well, I do want all the endings. And I am doing something like that. I am looking for decisions I haven't made. She gasped. There was a whole lot more than 1 or 2 of them. They were growing all over every corner of the garden. But now I kind of know how the game works. I didn't mind peeking behind the curtain a little bit, especially after 4 endings. But we're only peeking behind the curtain a little bit. I'm not looking at that shit in depth. How's it going, Fenris Wolf? Look at all the Hypercum. Why are there so many of them growing here? The wind grew strong. It sent a wave through the countless yellow flowers. The wave moved from the gate to the mansion. I could almost feel the mansion shake from the impact of the wave, and then it stopped. I stood there in the rain, struck by the thought, that I'd just witnessed something sinister and dark. Hey, Nami put her hand up to her ear. Do you hear that? Something's rustling. You mean the wind blowing through the leaves? Not that. Something else. Speckled snake. Okay, here's the speckled snake. We haven't seen this since the first run. You hear it, right? That sound. What are you talking about? Look, a snake. I took Nami by the hand and ran toward the mansion in a panic. Isn't that a rattlesnake? What's it doing in a place like this? Nami shouted as we ran. How should I know? Why don't you ask the snake yourself? It's poisonous. If I tried talking to it, it'd bite me for sure. We screamed back and forth at each other as we sprinted as hard as we could. We ran up to the stone steps to the entrance, and then we turned back. We saw the snake slithering toward us over the brick-lined path. The door was locked and it wouldn't budge. Could you open the door, please? Okay. Let's speed it up a little. It's coming closer. We'll break the window. I hit the window with my bare fist as hard as I could break it. Yes, Fenris. This is a universe in which poisonous is a universal term for if it bites you, it will kill you, and if you eat it, it will probably also kill you. You're coming too, Nami. I pushed my way through the broken window and then pulled Nami inside. This is NHK. Open up, motherfucker. We're safe for now, huh? You're bleeding. Okay, yep. My hand is scratched. She got her handkerchief out. She wrapped it up. Oh, right. I gotta write down the, I gotta write this down. A. Punched. Oh, break window. Gotta keep score. Gotta keep score. I stood up and looked around. There was a spacious entrance. Hall with stairs leading to the second floor. We've definitely seen this place before. We just let ourselves in. Maybe nobody's home. Well, whatever. Let's sit down a while. I'm exhausted. I saw there was a suit of Western armor that had been placed there in the fireplace. I've seen suits of armor on TV and in photographs, but this is the first time I'd seen one in person. People actually wore these things. It's a fucking wizard! No! Okay, and then there's the big aquarium. We got the big nasty aquarium with possibly a fish monster in it. I reached over the top and tried to stick my hand inside. No! Two, 4, 2. It's a lovely naked woman! Hey, Rig, welcome in. The water is moving. I showed her my hand was wet. More concerned about finding out if anybody's here. We're 4 endings down, Rig, and I accidentally got the same ending. This should have been ending 5, but we got the same ending twice. Yep, we got our hand inside Nami's top. How you doing, Rig? It was raining. It was raining. We're A-maxing right now. We're pushing A every time. Anyway, that's enough. I'm more concerned about finding out if anybody's actually here. Nami sounded like she was afraid as she looked around. If anybody was here, I think they would have heard us making a fuss in here by now. Should we look around? If you're scared, you can wait here if you like, Nami. No, I'll go too. And then, it came from the second floor. Someone's got to be there then. Let's go see. Okay, we're going up to the woman in the wheelchair. Because we're A-maxing, we're finding a lot of overlap with things we've seen before. There's getting a lot more that we've seen compared to what we haven't seen. I'm having a good one. How's yours, Rig? How's your October been? You been doing Halloween stuff? Have a great night, Ghost Milk. Oh, he's a great one. Oh, yeah, Rig is awesome. I think the sound came from this way. We walked down the hallway to the right. Which room could it be? I can hear it again. There's no reply. Are they not here? I opened the door without hesitation. Rig has also been focusing on his wrestling career, according to Shadra. Didn't seem like anyone was there. Yep, here's the dead body. We got the mummy. We're going to mummy. Panicked, I turned the doorknob. We're still A-maxing. We're going all A's to see what'll happen. If it's another, if it's the same ending, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, panicked, I turned the doorknob. I think we should be okay, though. Flash of lightning lit up the room. What? What's that? Nami clung to my arm. Scary face. On its lap was a book. Shadrock does more rig streams than Rig. Shadrock's pulled ahead of Rig in the Rig streams. Yeah, how was God? God was actually really good. I panicked in MASH day. I panicked in MASH day. My teeth were chattering. Did the wheelchair just move? I stepped backwards. Nami tugged at my clothes. The squeaking of the wheelchair was coming closer and closer. My hands trembled and I wasn't able to open the door. She's gonna touch us with her dried up skin. Is there anything else that could be used as a light source? Yeah, he's too busy wrestling to stream. He's too busy wrestling to stream. Hold up, let me see if it's still red. Let me see if it's still the red shit, frankly. Because I wanna make sure that, you know, I'm not gonna get the same ending twice in a row. I can do that. For once. For one time. Yeah, okay. Was there anything else that could be used as a light source? Okay, so light source. A lot of lightning stretched across the sky, lighting up the hallway. There's a candlestick. There's a candlestick in the hallway by the wall beside you. I could tell that Nami was touching the wall looking for it. There it is. I found it. Where are you now? Here. And where's the candlestick? Here. Oh, is this it? I felt something hard against my hand. One of the mummy's arms. A purple welcome in. You went to wrestling school as a teen? There were wrestling classes in high school for me, but I just never went to them. I wasn't a big fan of Olympic wrestling. I was more into pro wrestling and watching other more capable people do the pro wrestling. A mummy. In modern day Japan, maybe we were just seeing things. I didn't want to scare Nami, so I decided to go check out the mummy by myself. Yeah, we'll go with that one. I didn't want to scare Nami. It's a fucking penis. No! Nami called out to me from behind. I'm gonna go and find out whether or not the mummy was real. Okay. Definitely done that. That's pretty awesome. I didn't know that. Pro wrestling is higher level because it means they're professionals. It also means they're fucking acrobats. They're just full-ass acrobats. The black cat. Okay, we found the cat. Open the book. Book was a diary. There's blood in the diary that's fresh. I muttered to myself, could this be the mummy's blood? I've never said that. Because mummies don't have blood. They get their blood drained. I muttered to myself, could this be the mummy's blood? What's that sound? Something was approaching the hallway. Could it be that suit of armor that vanished earlier? That's ridiculous. The sound stopped right in front of the door. Oh, the cat! The kitty jumped through the gap in the doorway and went into the hallway. We held our breath as we looked at the door, but we didn't get the sense that anything was about to happen. We took a look through the gap, but we didn't see anyone there. Strange, isn't it? This is creeping me out. Let's leave this mansion already. Nami sounded afraid when she said it. Yeah, that sounds like a wise decision. We'll stick with A. Yeah, it's really fascinating. We're going all A's. Remember, we're A-maxing. Yeah, that sounds wise. We looked around as we headed down the stairs. King Kong Bundy? Oh, man, Bundy. Bam Bam Bigelow was more athletic than even dudes half his size should be. Yeah, it was crazy. It's crazy, the stunts that they do. They really are basically a huge stunt team. The go-home ending? Possibly. It would be funny. We headed down. However, there are shutters over the windows. There were 2 windows in the entrance hall, but both of them were sealed from the outside by iron shutters. So trying to leave just shut the door on us. We're trapped. We've definitely seen this. It was hard to come up with ideas. There's no point getting ourselves worked up. Let's stay here. No point getting worked up. Earthquake could move for his size as well. Even if not in the same way. True. Yeah. No, wait, what are you thinking? You're telling me we're gonna stay in a place this creepy? Well, what choice do we have? Should we look around? I don't want to do that either. I want to go home. I'm sorry I yelled at you. I never said I was sorry before. I yelled at her and she got mad. I'm sorry. I ran after Nami. Nami was standing in front of a door deeper into the corridor on the right. Her back was facing me. Are you mad at me, Nami? I laughed and Nami came over to me. Hey, I could smell something strange coming from this room. I opened the door. Behind it was a room that was being used as a library. Rows of books were packed tight on the shelves, without any gaps between them. There sure were a lot of books here. And they're all books of Western origin. Lamp oil had fallen over in the corner of the room. This would explain the stench. The surrounding carpet was discovered, presumably due to the oil that must have spilled out of the can. Pretty dangerous, huh? Let's just leave. It doesn't look like there's anything in here after all. Nami tugged at my arm. You're right. We left the room. After we walked from hallway to the entrance hall, Nami spoke up. Hey, is that a phone under the aquarium? It really is, a black dial-up phone. We can call home from here. But could we even get anybody to drive all the way out here? Let's try calling home to find out. I held the phone up to my ear. All right. Ah! Iron Axe swooped down and broke the phone. The line is now cut. The axe just cut the phone cord. I quickly put the phone to my ear and couldn't hear a dial tone. Oh, shit. Well, is someone even able to do this? That TV host had it coming. Holy shit. Stupidly tried dialing a number anyway, but the phone was dead and there was no response. I hung up the phone and stood back up. Not much we could do about it. We'll have to find another way. And then the phone started ringing. I sighed and picked up the phone. Let's do it. I sighed and picked up the phone. There we go. Hello? I couldn't hear anything. Hello? More ringing. It's a different phone. A phone was ringing somewhere else in the mansion. And one over here, too. Okay, I'm hearing the... Anybody with headphones is probably hearing the stereo. What's going on? I can hear more phones ringing. Hello? I shouted to the phone into my hands. I shouted into the phone in my hands, but I couldn't hear anything from it. Who is it? I don't know. They won't say anything. It stopped ringing. Another noise came from the second floor. Strange phones ringings and now more noises. We have to find where they're hiding. Nami, pinch me. Maybe I'm dreaming. It's a poltergeist, I said with it amaxing. We have to find out where they're hiding. I could see tears welling up in Nami's eyes. It made me so angry. Enough of this. I know you're hiding somewhere. Whoever you are, stop it right now and show yourself. My voice echoed in vain throughout the hall. I'll find you! I'm gonna hunt you down and find you! Just you wait. Wait, don't go by yourself, please. I ignored Nami's cry and raced up the stairs. Get out here! Show yourself! At the top of the stairs, I slammed on the nearest door as hard as I could, but there was no reply. I'm coming in! At that moment, a chill raced through my entire body. The anger that I had felt was gone, replaced by an icy chill running down my spine. Kumbot, what is this? That strange presence had caused Nami to freeze too, right at the entrance. There was a single wooden coffin in the room, the sort that you might expect to find Dracula sleeping in. It was surrounded by many candles that had been lit. I reached out to the coffin as if I was drawn to it somehow. Stop it! What are you doing? Nami shouted. I knew in my head that what I was doing was wrong, but I couldn't help it. I opened the lid to the coffin. It was filled with yellow hypericum flowers in full bloom. On top of them was a single piece of calligraphy paper that had been cut out in the shape of a person. 2 letters written on it spelled out a single word in Japanese. Fukushu. Revenge. Nami was standing next to me, though I wasn't sure how long she'd been there. I'm an AMAXer, I don't fuck around! Hey, that reminds me. I looked at Nami. That's the meaning of the hypericum flower, revenge. The meaning of the hypericum flower is revenge? Nami muttered to herself as she stared at the piece of paper shaped like a person. Nami, her face was pale. Let's get out of here. I took her by the hand. I feel something's very wrong here. I may be pretty dense sometimes, but even I can sense this much. You wanted to have them away, and it was hard to remove them without damaging the door. That's a good question. Do you still have them? Let's leave. I feel something's wrong here. I may be dense sometimes, but even I can sense this much. Let's leave. I pulled Nami out of the room and shut the door with both of my hands, as if sealing away something very unpleasant. The next room will be this one. I approached the door on the other side. You're gonna keep looking for them? Nami asked, seemingly about to cry. I can't just kick back and relax now, can I? I raised my voice. We might even have to spend the whole night here. Is the owner of this house just a little freaky, or are they actually trying to hurt us? We have to try to find out that much at least. As I went on this rant, Nami just stayed quiet. I ripped the door open. There was a window on the other end of the room with a small desk in the left corner. There was also a bed. Very ordinary room, nothing here. I closed the door. There's one last room that we need to check. Nami followed me silently. We saw it before, though. I peeked into the room where we met up with the mummy, but as I expected, there wasn't a mummy in there. The diary remained where it had been dropped, too. I opened the door across from the mummy's room. What's the matter? Nami took a peek inside, and when I looked at her, I saw that she had a relieved expression on her face. Looks like a girl's room, huh? Curtains, bed, wallpaper, everything was color-coordinated in white and light pink. Yeah, we've seen this. Somebody lives here for sure, yeah. Yeah, because apparently the lipstick isn't broken or anything. Suddenly hit me that I was doing something I knew in my heart I shouldn't do. We can't go in around here when she's not around. I mean, it is a girl's room. But why won't she come out if she's here? Don't tell me she's hiding just to pop up and scare us. She might. Stood in front of the next room, but when I turned the doorknob, Nami grabbed my hand and said, "Not here. Let's just stop. Let's just stop, okay? Please. It's like how I know something bad will happen here, especially in this room. Just stop here. If only for this room." They might be in here, you know. No, I don't think they are. I'm sure they aren't in here, okay? Let's just go already. Let's go back downstairs. She pulled me by the hand. What's the big deal? I just want to take a look in this one last room. I shook Nami's hand off and grabbed the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. It's locked. I told you we should just stop. They screwed around with us and now they're hiding in here. Is anybody there? Hello? McFly! There was no response from behind the door. Upon closer inspection, the 4 corners of the door had been nailed shut. So this door can't be opened? Hey, Kumbot. I'm hungry. Huh? That came out of nowhere. I really am, though. Those B-Maxers are hiding in there. Okay, we're going to the kitchen. We've done plenty of kitchen runs, so I'm gonna skip through this. Let's hurry in, Cumbot. How do you even know if this is the kitchen, Nami? Now that you mention it, I just had a feeling like my feet just carried me here. Weird, huh? Oh, yeah. How did you even know? How did you even know? Okay. Let's go inside. It's pitch black, but it smells great. This must be the dining room. I'll flip the switch in the wall. Plates were stacked with food, but they were all disgusting. The place was a mess. The dish's sauce was splattered everywhere. The fish was chewed up from head to tail. Some flies were already, like, crawling on them. Did that cat do this? Seems like it, huh? The fruit appeared to be untouched, but it was overripe and turning black. Maybe there's something in the fridge. Did you hear that? Sounded like a woman shrieking. Okay, they found the creaky door. We gotta go for the creaky door now. Gonna be quick. Gotta be quick. Sounded like he. Yeah, it was the he sound. It's not a woman. It's a creaky door. And we've already read all of this, so I'm just gonna skip past it. Yes, it's Michael Jackson. We're going in. Okay. We've gone out the back door, into the greenhouse. We've been to the greenhouse many a time. At least we didn't get attacked by a plant monster this time. We found some OTOGIRISOU in the greenhouse. We're just hauling ass. No one was in there after all, were they? I considered going back to the mansion. It's an A button, so... No one was in there. No one was in there. I'm going back to the mansion. And then we found the squeaky door. We found the source of the shriek. I'll race you to the door then. And then they have a race for some reason. We don't know why they have a race, but they have a race for some reason. Nami will fall on her butt. I have no mouth and I must A. Let me get the cool squeaky Nami door. It says Nami on it, guys. Let's go back. Yeah, we're going back. We're gonna have to take a shower too, so the shower scene's coming up. There's always a shower scene. There's always a squeaky door. There's always a phone with the cut line. Because this game is completely bonkers. They did need some linchpins here and there so they could, like, keep their shit together and keep it focused. Let's start by washing our hands. I went over to the sink. The long curved faucet. Maybe due to the seal in the faucet getting old, the water dripped from it constantly. I turned the faucet on. The white sink became stained red. It's blood! It's rust. It's just rust. She seems to be getting edgy. Maybe we should check the bath. I cast my gaze through the sliding glass door there. Maybe we should check the bath. Okay. We're sticking with A. We're sticking with A no matter what. Maybe we should check. There we go. Nami entered the shower room. They're searching the showers. There was a toothbrush with yellow bristles, tube with toothpaste that was sealed despite being totally flat and empty. The woman's razor was there too, but it looked like it hadn't been used in a while. Rusty and had bits of hair stuck to it. I was grossed out by it, and I closed the cabinet. I glanced at the mirror and saw Nami's face. I looked at Nami's face as I asked her, "Did you find any soap?" "No." "Oh." I turned around surprised. "What's wrong? What's the weird look for?" "She found the burn ointment." "You were in there the whole time, right?" "There's no way I could have seen her reflection in the mirror while she was in the shower room." "Oh, creepy." "Did something happen?" Nami's expression darkened. "I wouldn't say that exactly." My answer was intentionally vague. I didn't want to scare her more than she already was. Plus, it's possible that I might have just been seeing things. "So how about that soap?" I smiled and returned to the topic. "There wasn't any. How about there, then?" I opened the doors under the sink, and a very unpleasant, muddy odor drifted from inside. I held my breath and looked in. An S-shaped pipe ran down the center, and on the right side of it were cleaning fluids, pesticides, shampoo bottles, plastic bags. It was as if the water from the old pipes had mixed together with the dust and chemicals that had spilled out of the fallen bottles. It made me want to throw up. I took a big plastic box out that I found on the left side of the pipe. Inside of it was a wooden box with a cross on it. Must be a medicine box, yeah? "Hold the medicine box up, Nami." Nami grabbed the handle of the medicine box and lifted it. 4 bugs with, big cockroaches crawled out of it. We got big cockroaches crawling out of it. When the box hit the floor, the lid flew open and a bunch of medicine bottles slammed across the floor. This is all the burn ointments. So we are on the burn path now. But we can always leave the burn path, apparently. There aren't any more of them, are there? The cockroaches, I mean. I don't think so. Hey, there it is, the soap. I stood up and turned on the faucet. Nami was still picking up the medicine that had scattered everywhere. "Go ahead and wash your hands first, now that we found the soap." "Okay," it sounded like a half-hearted reply. It wouldn't be good to touch medicine with dirty hands anyway, after all. True. Nami stood next to me and started washing her hands. As we washed the mud from our hands and arms, I watched the dirty black water spiraling down and getting swallowed up by the drain. "Hey, Cumbot, something occurred to me when I was putting the medicine back. There were a lot of unfamiliar types of medicine in there." "Unfamiliar? I've never seen them before." "I'm a little interested. Show me." "Show me." Amaxing 255. We've definitely done all this. This is first playthrough stuff. Which is fine. Apparently my first playthrough had like 3 possible endings by itself. I took one of them, a tube of some sort of medicine, and read the label. It is a big scientific name. It's not toothpaste. It is burn ointment. And then we found more burn ointment and even more military grade burn ointment. There's like, it's just nothing but burn ointment. Nami gave me a smile I could only describe as triumphant. They all seem to be treatments for burns. There's still one more on the floor over there. Small glass bottle that was open, that's empty. No, there's something light yellow in there. Oh yeah, it's like a goopy yellow cream, which I think is also burn ointment. Yep. It's all burn ointments. They got nothing but burn heals in here. Anyway. Back into the shower. Now we can do shower stuff. I guess even these jokey things would change our path, too. That's fucked.
It was such a fun and cool atmosphere at Barry's local McDonald's restaurant. He began the practice of going there at least 3 times a week for lunch. And
3 times.
Coffee with milk instead of cream. 1 to 2 times for breakfast on the weekend. And maybe once for dinner when he was in a rush.
In a rush,
A great meal that was affordable, fast, and could match his daily nutritional needs.
I think McDonald's could definitely do that.
Dipping his fries.
I tried not to look as promised. This is the only one I haven't tried, I think.
Thinking greatly of the restaurant.
Actually, the only one I haven't tried is C, but we'll do A. We're A-maxing. I tried not to look. We forgot our change of clothes. I'm gonna get our stuff at the entrance. I'll be right back. I called out to Nami and left the sink. That was three for free. I picked up my bag, sighed, and looked around the entrance hall. It was quiet. I looked at the clock in there and saw that it pointed to just about 10 o'clock. All sorts of weird stuff has been happening here, but I think we'll be able to make it to morning somehow. There it was. The sound of the armor. Should have been gone. Where the armor should have been was gone. The sound seemed to be coming from the bathroom. I returned to the hall. The sound seemed to be moving away from me as if the armor had turned down the hall. I started running. But as I approached the front of the bathroom, I suddenly heard Nami scream from inside. What's wrong, Nami? I opened the bathroom door in a panic. I came into the room at the exact same time that Nami hopped out of the shower. Nami's wet white skin pierced my eyes. She was totally naked. She looked straight into my eyes. We can see her titties, guys. Nami squatted down. Get out! Get out! She had curled up and shouted as loud as she could. Sorry. I flew out into the hallway. Turn around. Okay, sure.
My boobies.
Nami noisily shut the glass door. Are you okay? What happened?
My hunger bones.
You know that wasn't on purpose, right? I was worried about you. I love how the most innocent decision gave you the lewdest outcome.
Let the boobies hit the floor!
Just A-Maxer shit. I was worried about you. It was true that I was worried about her, and it was also true I felt lucky to see what I saw. No, don't come in right now. Absolutely not. Her voice still had an edge to it. I tried to calm her down with a softer tone of voice. I know, I won't go in until you say it's okay. Are you alright, though? You said it was hot. You didn't get burned, did you? I'm fine. I got hit by a little hot water. Just hold on a second. What happened? The water got so hot all of a sudden. I tried to stop it, but it just kept pouring out. And it's so cramped in there. There was nowhere to run. So I flew right out of the shower. It must have happened because this place is so run down. Are you okay? You didn't get burned, did you? I'm fine. I got out right away after all. I'll leave the clothes bag here. I set the bag in front of the glass door. The door opened slightly and Nami reached out for it. All good, Nami spoke up after staying silent for a while. There was a lot of steam drifting from inside and the steam stuck to my skin. Nami had already finished changing and started drying her hair in front of the mirror. Her cheeks blushed, having come right out of the shower. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I peeked into the shower room. There was still a lot of steam, and the shower was still spraying out hot water. I reached out and touched it. Ow! It's boiling. Told you. Okay. Maybe that's why there was so much burn medication in there.
Oh, you came.
But that's a very stupid idea, because why would they just burn themselves in every shower just to fucking treat the burns? That's not it. It's because the boiler's on too high. That's a constant. There are several constants. So now we're gonna go here. Oh, it was Nami. What's the big deal? Can you blame me? I was scared all by myself. She spoke to me in a sweet voice. Yeah, okay. So she's following us down to the boiler. She's following us down to the boiler. Nothing really special happens here. Eventually, the wall suddenly opened up to reveal the entrance. I went down a dark staircase. There it is. Just as I thought, it's the boiler. And it's at 80 degrees Celsius currently, and it's still climbing because it's set to 100 degrees, which is literally boiling point. They were trying to boil us alive by spraying us with boiling water. Nami asked me when I made it back. I found the problem there. The boiler's temperature was set to 100. You got out right away. I'm guessing it was up to 50 degrees that time. You know what it was when I got to the boiler? 80. That would have killed you. I started talking a little faster as I headed back to the mansion. Why would anyone set it to 100 degrees? It'd be too hot to get in. Don't ask me, but it should be fine now. I set it back down to 40. Should be back to normal soon enough. I'll pass on another shower. It's too scary. And I got the mud off me already. It's your call. You already changed too, yeah? We returned to the bathroom. The steam, hot white steam blasted out at me. Looked like a cloud, but the temperature of the shower's water had already gone down. I just turned it off. Glad that's settled. Hey, what time is it? I think it's about past 10. Weren't you wearing a watch, Nami? That's right, Nami loses her watch in the first playthrough. I forgot about that. But I still want to take a shower. Still want to take a shower, guys. Level seems to have dropped a bit, but the water didn't appear to be going down. Is something stuck in the pipes? I checked around to see if there was a plug, and I couldn't find anything. I peered through a gap in the wall drain on the tub. Disgusting. Long hair in the drain. We got the long hair in the drain again. We'll be at 5 out of 10 if we get a new ending here. And I feel like we will, because I think A-maxing will just lock us into an ending we haven't gotten yet. Nami took a look at what I pulled out, covered her mouth with her hands, and looked away. I don't blame her. It was filthy and muddy. Disgusting wasn't enough to capture it. I threw all the hair into a trash can just beside the sink and rolled out a ton of toilet paper that was hung on the wall to wipe all the hair off my arms. All the hair off my arms? Maybe somebody got a haircut recently. Playing dumb, I tried to brush aside how creepy it was. It's hard to believe how much hair could clump together just from hair that fell out naturally. No, you'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. Take it from somebody with really long hair. Like, take it from somebody with very long hair, right? How does it look now? Is it still clogged? The water's starting to go down. There might be hair in there, but as long as it's good enough for me to take a shower, that's fine. Have a great night, TK. Handfuls of pubes. If only. Those would go down a little faster. I forced the door to close, putting a little muscle into it, and heard it snap shut completely. Okay, so I'm stuck in here now. She couldn't quite shut it, but I could. Twisted the handle to turn on the shower. The water wasn't ridiculously hot anymore. If I'd forgotten the soap and the towel. I rubbed the mud that was on my feet using my hands. The mud turned the water dark. That's a Western-style bath for you. I could say whatever I wanted using somebody else's bath. I liked how it made me feel. Alright, about time I got out, huh? I said it extra loud so Nami would be able to hear, but there was no reaction. I'm coming out! Did she go somewhere? Oh, she's hiding so she can surprise me. I know you're there! But the door wouldn't open. It opened wide enough to maybe get a finger through, but then it snapped shut again. Come on, I know you're just screwing with me. Open up! Convinced that Nami was holding the door shut, I rattled the door, tapped it, pulled it. But it started to seem like Nami wasn't even there. Must be because I forced the door shut. Tried lifting the door and pushing it in all sorts of different directions, but no matter what I did, the door would only rattle. It showed no signs of opening. Suddenly, the hot water from the shower that I knew I'd turned off came back on. I tested the handle and confirmed it had been completely turned off. You're kidding me. I had a bad feeling about this. Nami, open the door! I looked down and saw that a metal bar about the size of a stick with chewing gum had been wedged into the rail of the sliding door. What is this? It had been put there to prevent the door from opening. Clearly the thing was the reason why I couldn't open the door. I tried to remove it, but only ended up hurting my thumb. It was no good. What am I supposed to do now? I checked the window, but it was too small. My bad premonition turned out to be spot on. The water was getting hotter and hotter. The white steam was getting thicker. It started getting hard to breathe, and I couldn't take it anymore. I broke through the glass. As I was changing my clothes, a scary sort of vision came. What if? What if the door had shut on Nami? Fortunately, she wasn't strong enough to shut the door all the way, but what if I'd gone in before her? I'm starting to get worried about Nami. It's possible she went looking for her watch. That is the A way. That is the A answer. possible she went looking for a watch. A sensible A response. I headed for the dining room, but Nami wasn't there. I went inside in case, and even looked around the kitchen further in, but as I expected, she wasn't there either. Where could she have gone? I saw a flash of white clothing in the hallway. Yep, okay, that's Naomi. We found Naomi. Nami would never wear anything like this. I could swear someone was talking from the second floor. I listened hard, but then I suddenly couldn't hear anything. That's odd. Pretty sure I could hear someone just now. As I got closer, the voices became increasingly clear. It seemed to be a conversation between a young man and a young woman. Did whoever owned this house come back? The voices sounded cheerful. I wondered if all the creepy stuff that went on here was just some sort of misunderstanding. If that were true, how could we have ever been able to explain everything we'd been doing here? I felt conflicted as I stepped toward the room before me. I figured I should start with an apology. I lifted my arm, about to knock on the door, but the conversation cut short. The door opened slightly. Ah. Did they notice I was here? I froze up and waited for them to appear. A white hand appeared from the gap in the door. This is new. A girl's hand. I spoke without thinking. The person inside suddenly drew back. She seemed to be at a loss for words, but in the next instant, she was suddenly apologizing. I'm sorry, Huh? It was Nami's voice. What? Nami? Kumbot? I opened the door and fully saw Nami standing there. You gotta be kidding me! The tension I was feeling was gone. What were you doing? I thought the owners of the house came back. I did too. Don't surprise me like that. Why'd you even come to a place like this? I was so worried when you weren't there after I got out of the shower. You don't understand. Just listen. Nami's eyes started to sparkle like she was about to tell me about a grand adventure. I went looking for my watch and heard talking. I figured the owners of the house came back. Yeah, same here. It's why I came here. And the thing is... Nami laughed and slapped my shoulder. It's so weird. Just listen, okay? What do you think it was? Who knows? Exactly, so listen. I already told you I'm listening. She was starting to irritate me. I nervously knocked on the door. They didn't respond. They just kept talking and I opened the door and then... Don't laugh, just tell me. Nobody was there. So, what do you think it might have been? Stop screwing around with me, alright? I'm worried here. I raised my voice at her. Sorry, Nami cut her sentence short and changed her posture, as if she was about to announce some very important news. It was a radio. A radio? See? Right there. Nami pointed to a black radio in the middle of the room. Right. Well, then why didn't you come back down after? It was a radio. Ha ha! Hee hee hee! Why didn't you come back down afterwards? I was worried. Yeah, about that. Nami looked at the top of the dresser. The dolls! Both of the dolls were wearing the outfit. Same outfit, red cloth jumper skirt. I felt like I'd seen these dolls somewhere before. These dolls! I picked them up. Let me have them. Nami took them very delicately with both hands and pressed both of them against her cheeks. You know, the way the choices work, and how you can be, like, thrown onto different paths depending on what choices you make, even if they don't seem related, would explain why we were seeing things like, well, why they were mentioning shit like cats and fish monsters before we ever saw them, right? That's probably what was going on there. Nami looked so relaxed. It was a face I'd never seen her make before. Are you okay? These dolls feel similar somehow. They make me feel like a kid again. They just look like dolls to me, but I guess it's because I'm a guy. No, I wouldn't say that. These are special. Nami closed her eyes, lost in the moment. I'll never understand women. Anyway, I saw someone kind of like a doll earlier. I'm guessing she's the owner of the house? I think it was a lady in a white dress. Nami looked at me. She seemed as though she was still dreaming. I'm concerned a little, so I'd like to go back down and check everything out. I turned to leave. Okay. Nami reached out as I placed the dolls back like she was handling a great treasure. As she left the room, she waved sadly at the dolls. Bye-bye. Bye-bye! Alright, let's continue our search, shall we? Yeah. Nami still seemed a little out of it as we headed downstairs. The door seemed suspicious. It was the door at the front of the entrance. Maybe the lady in the white dress went through it earlier. I opened the door. Continued deeper into a long, dark room, like a tunnel, huh? There were candlesticks lined up against the bare stone wall. I turned on my flashlight. There was a door in the back. Base hole welcoming. The fucking glasses. If we opened that door, Nami started muttering. Yeah? We'll be back in the entrance hall again. Like we went back in time. Jank Jesus, welcome in. Actually, well, I wouldn't say we're nearing the end. We're trying to get an ending that we haven't got before. We're playing OTOGIRISOU, which is a big visual novel. Actually, a sound novel that has 10 massive endings because of an absolutely deranged, and I mean deranged, plotting system. So we're 4 endings deep. We're not really looking at that plotting system. Right now what we're doing is A-maxing. Welcome in, Jank C. Jesus. A 69 raid, very nice. It's massive. It's massive. And it doesn't just have 10 different endings. It has several specifically different plots. Depending on how the game starts, depending on things you say, even innocuous save, every single... Even innocuous choices matter. Like, the plot can change wildly. All 4 of these endings are completely unrelated to each other. But at the same time, there are certain things that tie them together. They're also all awesome. All of the endings have been awesome so far. And we have 6 left. Hopefully we'll have 5 left. OTOGIRISOU. OTOGIRISOU. Oh, it's insane, Jank Jesus. It's insane. Big shout out to Jank Jesus, by the way. I'm gonna give you one of these. Because, the big shout out is all kinds of fucked up. So click that link and follow him. If you can see the heart where it says join us and following Jank Jesus, go ahead and click it if you haven't yet. But if you can't, then click on the link. Then click on the link because Twitch is fucked up and I don't know why. What you been playing, Kyle? Yes, that is one of 4 flowcharts, Ghost Trees. I'll show you. Because this is just mind-boggling to me. And it won't spoil anything. It won't, just don't look too close at it and you won't be spoiled, but look at this. Kitten Lover 7. Here's the first one for the first playthrough. Here is the second one for the subsequent playthrough. Here is the third one. And here finally is the 4th one. This game is massive. And like I said, the plot will change depending on choices you make and how the game even starts. Because the game will open in different ways. First playthrough of Alan Wake. Ah, shit, yeah. Alan Wake is good. I've never played Alan Wake 2. The Eurovision dance segment kind of put me off. But the first one was really good. It'll either sell you on the game or it'll be like, no, I'm not really. No, I'm good. I was one of the I'm good guys when it came to the Eurovision segment. Yeah, I won't say anymore. But yeah, that's Alan Wake 2. It kind of made headline. I didn't even know about it. I was told about it.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Look at this kid. He's saying ass.
Alan Wake 2 is something odd. It's an odd game. It's when Sam Lake started acting more like Hideo Kojima. You're kind of at that late stage where he wasn't quite there yet. And he's doing really cool shit, and it's definitely his own stuff. I really liked Alan Wake 1. I don't know any context for that segment either, so there's no story spoilers at all. It just happens. Genius Kajimbo. If we open that door, Nami started muttering, yeah? We'll be back in the entrance hall again, like we went back in time. Huh? This hallway's a tunnel that goes back into the past. She said this with a serious look in her face. You're not making any sense. I paid her no mind and continue along. The door was a slatted shutter type. I could feel the wind outside blowing through the gap. So the basic plot right now, what you're seeing, because there is a basic plot starter and it's usually the same. There are some subtle differences, like what they were doing before, shortly before what happens. Sometimes that changes. But the basic setup is, I am main character. The name is Cumbot because chat named him. It was Nami, and that's hilarious because the main character and his girlfriend Nami are in their car driving through the woods. It starts raining. Their brakes go out and they crash their car, or otherwise successfully stop the car outside of this mansion. And they have a bag of supplies. Their car gets destroyed because a tree gets blasted in half with lightning and lands on the car. But they go into this mansion that's nearby to try and get some help, and that mansion is haunted. How it's haunted depends entirely on your playthrough. It is absolutely nuts. There are some specific constants. Like, there's always a bathroom scene where you're taking a shower. There's always a shower scene, for example. There are certain constants, but even those constants have their own variations and way things go. It's just how the game is kind of structured. It's insane. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I ended up really liking Alan Wake 2. Or Alan Wake 1. I really, really liked it. I didn't expect to like it that much either. But then it was just really good. Yeah, shower scene is always canon. They always take a shower in the mansion. Not together. Never together, unless there's something I missed. Anyway, right now we're very far along in this specific plot, which is, like I said, different from others. We found mysterious burn ointments in the bathroom. Lots of them. And there is a woman in white who is drifting around as we're trapped in this building. And right now, Nami, the girlfriend, is acting weird, and she's saying things like, oh, this hallway takes you to the past. She's being weird. You're not making any sense. I paid her no mind and continued along. The door was a slatted shutter type. I could feel the wind outside blowing through the gap. The floor right in front of the door was soaking wet. She could be skeletonized. Once we open this, we'll be back in the entrance hall, right? I opened the door. Whoa! Suddenly, I felt something cold softly touch my face. A cluster of vines, wet from the rain. Also, we're A-maxing right now. We're A-maxing because my last playthrough, we got the same ending, which really sucks because there's no skipping through shit. There's no skipping through shit. I've been using the fast-forward section to get through parts that we've already read. But now I'm kind of into places that are a little less familiar, which is good. Yeah, like getting locked into an ending you've already gotten is kind of devastating. Yeah, I'm not using the flowchart. I will fast forward and skip through that way if I know for sure, okay, I've read this. But I have been writing down all of my decisions. In this case, pardon me. I'm wondering what'll happen if I hit the first choice every time. We're doing a first choice every time thing, Ruth. But yeah, I did look at the flowchart a little bit after we got the 5th ending, and it happened to be one of the endings I already got. I looked at it a little bit just to see how the game worked, just out of pure curiosity. But I don't really know much about progress other than pushing A may get us an ending we haven't gotten, because who pushes A the whole time? Anyway, I pushed my way through the vines and made my way out. There, I found a balcony facing the back garden. Wooden scaffolding had been set up there a long time ago. It had become worn down over the years. In the center was a single wooden table that had started to rot with 3 deck chairs set around it. Each had been turned to face in different directions. There was an overhead trellis with vines hanging down, making it look like the entrance to a haunted house. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped from the vines, hitting my face and shoulders. What an awesome entrance, huh? I had intended to be cynical, but it seemed like Nami hadn't heard me. She suddenly tugged at my hand and pointed to one of the pillars holding up the trellis. Oh, the Halloween shirt? Oh, that's awesome, Axe Keeper. Every Halloween movie? That sounds sick. I'm curious about Season of the Witch. I should probably watch it. Because it's not related to Michael Myers. It was back when they were considering making Halloween an anthology series where each movie, there would be the Halloween big title, but they would be different stories. I'm really curious about Season of the Witch. That was the 3rd one. She suddenly tugged at my hand and pointed to one of the pillars holding up the trellis. I feel like that too, especially now that they're aware of what they were wanting to do. I hear it's really solid. See, that's the thing. It was titled something else. Like that's my point though, Kami, is it was called Season of the Witch. And it was part of the Halloween franchise. And the Halloween franchise, they were wanting to do something very different from what it ended up being. And what it ended up being was all about Michael Myers. But I don't think they originally wanted to do that. I think they wanted it to be more of an anthology thing. Anyway, but then people were like, nah, fuck that, we want Michael, and they just kept bringing Michael back. She suddenly tugged at my hand and pointed at one of the pillars holding up the trellis. Hey, look at that. Isn't there something shining there? It's true. That beam looked like a long, thin shadow. I still love that that's fucking... I still also love that that's fucking a William Shatner mask. That's a Star Trek mask he's wearing. That's the funniest shit. That beam looked like a long, thin shadow, and I could see a dim yellow light near the bottom. It didn't seem like a flame or an electric light. It was a gentle light with some kind of sheen to it. Is it the spirit of Princess Kaguya? I thought you'd say that. I walked up to the pillar. Oh, it's fluorescent paint. 2 lines about as thick as my finger had been drawn with some space between them, one over the other. But why here of all places? I bent down and turned I love that I didn't recognize it until I was told. I was like, son of a bitch, it is. You can't unsee it. Yes. Yeah. I think Halloween was intended to be like Tales of the Crypt. Or Tales from the Crypt. Yeah, the movies are crazy. The movies are pretty insane. All I remember is Bordello of Blood. I haven't seen the other ones. But I did see, that was the one with like Dennis Miller. I went down and turned the light toward the lower line. The paint had dried on top of the wooden pillar's original paint, making it appear crusty. A straight line had been painted over it with fluorescent paint. The HBO series was also really, really sick. I like the HBO Tales from the Crypt. I like that first season. And upon closer inspection, it seemed that something had been used, perhaps a nail, to etch something into the wood. A straight line. Along with what appeared to be letters to the left and right of it. Okay, to the right of it. Okay, this is the height chart. I strained my eyes to see what it was. It was old and worn out and crusted with paint, so it was hard to see. We'll be able to read it if we scratch off the paint, Nami said. As she started scratching away at the paint with her fingernail. It was fun watching her hard work peeling away at the paint, and soon the pillar revealed what was written underneath. Nami. That's what had been carved there. I felt like something black was growing in the pit of my stomach. Crypt Keeper's awesome, I agree. Oh, I never saw the 70s Crypt Keeper ones. All I saw was Bordello of Blood, and that was like early 90s. Halloween 2 on Laserdisc. You looked at the cover and thinking, what is the bad guy supposed to be? It's supposed to be William Shatner. I remember the Hocus Pocus poster scaring the shit out of me when I was very, very young. It just scared me for some reason. I didn't even know the plot.
Welcome to hell!
I think Bette Midler just brought out some kind of primal fear. Like a fight or flight response was real big at the sight of Bette Midler. Nami stopped moving her finger the moment she saw it, but then went right back to peeling away at the paint. Hey, Nami. I tapped her on the shoulder from behind. Okay, that's natural. I figured that was normal. Oh God, Midler! Hide! Hey, Nami. I tapped her on the shoulder from behind, but she ignored me and kept working on scratching away at the paint. She ended up scratching off the paint up to centimeters above and below the painted area. Most of the old paint had been totally scratched off. There were actually 2 lines underneath both sets of lines, for a total of 4 in all, and beside each line was a name. The names Nami, Naomi, and Nami had been carved in that order. Slowly, Nami looked back at me. She had a stoic expression on her face, comparing heights. Huh? Oh, right. I see. Wonder who Naomi is. We'll get you, Bette Midler! How's it going, Ghost Trees? Al Bundy didn't know how lucky he was. Al Bundy taught me to fear redheads. I wonder who Naomi is. Well, I'm Nami, right? But who's Naomi? Hey, what are you talking about? I gave Nami's shoulder an exaggerated slug. That's just the name of the girl who lives here. You're overthinking it. Am I? You are. It's just a coincidence. What's wrong with you, Nami? You're not acting like yourself. You look really dark, too. I hope it's just a coincidence, but what about the lady you mentioned earlier, the one in the white dress? Huh? She looked like me, didn't she? I didn't see her face. Oh. All sorts of questions came to mind. Why would Nami's name be in a place like this? Who was Naomi? What did Nami mean by that? She's probably just tired, huh? Why would Nami's name be in a place like this?
You talking to me?
We're sticking with A. We're going all A's. We're going all A's this run. Why would Nami's name be in a place like this? Nami. Nami looked intently at the height comparison line. She seemed pale. I knew we had to get away from this place first and foremost. Come on, let's go inside. We just got soaked from those vines and right after our bath. But Nami still had a dark expression. I brought my mouth up to Nami's ears. We could take a shower together this time, you know. Don't be stupid. She finally laughed a little. All right, let's go. Sure. I took Nami by the hand and we walked toward the slatted shutter door. I looked back before we went through the door, and I could see speckles of fluorescent paint still left behind on one side of the dark balcony. Should we check that room? We still hadn't fully checked everything on the left side. I started walking that way. You think it's open? I stood in front of the door and turned the knob. Sure is dark, huh? The only illumination was provided by a single candle in the corner of the room, but there was a switch on the wall. The lights turned on. There was a dazzlingly bright chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Sure is spacious here. Say, is that a piano over there? Nami pointed to the right side of the room. You're right. It's a piano hall. We went inside. There were sliding glass doors leading out to the backyard. It may look quite beautiful during the day, but at night, the black against the glass just reflected what was in the room. Before I knew it, Nami was standing in front of the piano, tapping at the keys. You can play piano, Nami? Can't play it well enough to answer that question with a yes, but I do like the sound of it. Well, what song is that? I don't know. I don't know the title or even who composed it. Somebody taught you how to play it? Ko Naomi Dreamcast? No, I just remember hearing it a long time ago. I'm not sure when, though. I find it odd myself. Thank you for providing the backing vocals, Chad. I knew I could count on you. Life's like that sometimes, yeah? Suddenly, Nami's hands stopped moving. Oh, man, Zalathar, yeah. It was an MJ song? Makes sense. Makes sense. What's wrong? Is it over already? Nami was looking past me over my shoulder. Hey, that's... When I looked behind me, I saw a painting of a lady hung up on the wall. It was a magic eye painting. It was a woman in her 30s wearing traditional Japanese clothes, standing with a mountain range behind her. Her long hair had been brushed over her left shoulder. She held wildflowers in both hands, which she had clutched against her chest. A picture. Obviously. But do you notice anything about it? Nami smiled as if she were challenging me. I started to panic. Was it painted by somebody famous? I didn't know anything about paintings. Huh. She's pretty, isn't she? I tried to change this. Hey, are those hypericums she's holding? Looks like an early Picasso, doesn't it? I made it up on the spot to try to sound intelligent. Oh god, I hope Amaxing will give us a good ending. This is definitely new, though. This is somewhat new. Or it's one of those endings that'll lead into an alternate ending, which I also need to get. Either way, it feels right. Looks like an early Picasso, doesn't it? Oh, does it? I don't know much about paintings myself. Looks like I managed to fool her. But that's not what I was talking about. Look at the lady there. Doesn't she kind of look like me? That was sudden. I took another look at the woman in the painting. At first, I didn't know what Nami meant. The lady's makeup was very old-fashioned, and the painting seemed old, so I couldn't really see a resemblance to Nami, who was a typical modern-day girl. But as I looked at it more, I saw a similarity in the eyes, and then it hit me. Nami bent her head the same way whenever she smiled, and had a tendency of slightly lifting her chin up. It made her look less symmetrical. When she got careless, the expression even made her look ever so homely. It made me feel uneasy, like handling newborn babies who can't support their own neck yet. I did love it when Nami smiled. But every time she did, I felt a sense of loss and fear. The smile of the lady in the painting made me feel that exact same sense of unease. More than her physical features, it was her expression that surprised me. I don't see it. She doesn't look like you at all. I lied, because I found it creepy how similar they really were. Oh? Nami smiled lightly and tilted her head. It was like the painting had come to life. Sent a chill down my spine. But, you know, Nami, you're not as pretty as her. I turned away so I didn't have to meet Nami's gaze. So you're saying I'm ugly? Nami slammed on the piano keys and stood up. I didn't say you were ugly. You said it just now. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. It's officially a Sega game, is what you're saying, Happy Cakes. It's officially a Sega game.
Ugly motherfucker.
Right, I would have doubled down. Nami pouted angrily. Now her face looked nothing like the picture. No, it's just... I started to lighten up my expression. Alright, I said it. What, are you just teasing me? Then I'm not playing the piano for you ever again. Nami turned her back to me. The wind blew in that moment. Uh-oh. The curtain blew up to the lit candle on the piano and caught on fire, which quickly spread across the entire curtain. Ah! The burning curtain fell over Nami's face. Nami! I pulled the curtain off in a hurry. The metal part that attached to it, the rail, ripped right off. I hurled it to the floor and stomped on it with my feet in a panic. The fire was strong, but fortunately, the thin curtain did not provide it much fuel. Since it had nothing else to travel to, I managed to extinguish the fire. The whole house almost went down in flames. Are you okay, Nami? She didn't respond. She stood there facing the wall, her back turned to me. What's wrong? A burn? When I asked this question, Nami turned around to me and slowly nodded. Where? Where's the burn? The face. Huh? I approached her confused until she pointed at the lady in the painting. When the curtain was flapping around, the heat must have melted the oil in the painting, making the lady appear to have been burned on the right side of her face. Oh, is that all? Man, you surprised me. I thought you meant your own face. I laughed, relieved, until Nami said something that made no sense. Mom? Sis? What do you mean, sis? I didn't know what she was talking about. Nami's an only child. I stood there dumbfounded, and then Nami suddenly started trembling and ran for the exit. Where are you going? Flustered, I grabbed Nami by the arm. Let me go, I have to find that mummy or else. The mummy? The one in the wheelchair. Yeah, they found a mummy earlier in a wheelchair. Yeah, so let me go. Nami struggled so hard, I thought she might rip my arm off. Calm down, Nami, what's going on? Let me go. I'm not letting you go until you calm down. I grabbed Nami by both shoulders and looked her straight in the eyes. What is this all about? Explain it to me. I used to live in this house. I lived here a long time ago. News to me. A long time ago? How long ago was it? This is another constant. I don't know. I just know it was when I was really little. I lived here together with my mom and dad and my older sister. Your older sister? You're an only child, right? No. I had an older sister, she whispered. Why did you hide it from me? I never heard you talk about her before. I wasn't hiding it from you, Cumbot. I'd never do that.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Why is it doing what it's doing? What are these hunger pangs? I never do that. I only just knew it now. I remembered for the first time. I'm as shocked as you are that I had a different mom. But now I know. I remember her now. Nami's lips quivered. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that you were hiding it. I should watch what I say. I apologize, but I still couldn't believe what she was saying. Oh, shit. Sorry, I just noticed my new remote doesn't have any screws in it. We stumbled into this mansion by accident. She just happens to have lived here a long time ago. But Nami, it's not that I don't believe you, but isn't it possible that you're just mistaken? I mean, all sorts of crazy things have been happening to us since we got here. You're tired. You're not thinking straight. No, this can't be some kind of trick. Nami shook her head. I remember now. Though it's faint, it's getting clearer. But if it's true, Oh, Cumbot! Nami looked at me as though she wanted me to save her. What should I do? That mummy has to be either my mom or my sister, but what am I supposed to do? I didn't know what to say to her. Nami looked down at the ground, trembling. I might have done something I could never undo. Something you could never undo? What would that be? I can't remember what it is yet. But it's something. I did something to my sister, but I can't remember what. I have to find that mummy. Nami stumbled to the hallway. I said, okay, Nami, I'll help you. We'll find that mummy together. Wait, Nami, let's go to the sofa and sit down. You still have enough time for that, right? Nah, we're going all A's. Okay, Nami. I'll call now. Nami and I left the piano room. Finally. It was silent in the hall as if nothing had happened. We should start searching from the second floor, shouldn't we? We slowly trudged upstairs. Nami had said what she said, but it made no sense to me. She'd found her name here, and we'd experienced all sorts of strange things. But she's just confused. Once we've checked through everything, we'll get some rest on the sofa. Tomorrow, the two of us will probably be having a good laugh about all of this. We'll have a good laugh. It'll be nothing. Okay, should we start checking from the second floor? As we headed up to the second floor hallway, I turned and looked behind me. Huh? Nami wasn't there. Did I lose her somewhere? I was sure she was right behind me. Oh, shit. I looked down into the hall on the first floor. Well, we gotta do it. 261. I looked down into the hall on the first floor. When I turned around to face the sudden sound I heard, I saw a wheelchair with nobody in it racing toward me at high speed. Whoa! I dodged the wheelchair by the skin of my teeth. The wheelchair collided with the handrail of the stairs. If it had hit me, I might have fallen downstairs along with the wheelchair. There was something else that I was more concerned about. I caught a glimpse of the person who thrusts the wheelchair toward me. It looked like Nami. Could she have done it? That was going too far to be just a joke. Could the confusion that she was feeling have driven her crazy? Glancing at the wheelchair, I noticed something silver shining on it. A wrench. Oh, hey, this is my wrench. The wrench was wrapped in tape, and I had my name, Cumbot, written on it.
Ooh, nice organ.
I had my name, Cumbot, written on it. I've been using it to do maintenance on my car. Who brought this here? At that moment, a door opened nearby. Nami. She had a stoic look on her face. You had me worried there. I ran over to her, but Nami took one look at me, stepped back into the room she was in, and shut the door. Hey! I dashed over and opened the door. Nami had buried her face into the bed in the right-hand corner of the room. What happened, Nami? Nami didn't look up. She just pointed at the desk. It looked like she had just started crying. There was a single photograph on the desk. It was an old photograph with a sepia color tone. In the photo were two girls, around 3 years old, standing next to each other wearing the same white blouse. Not only were they wearing matching clothes, they looked perfectly alike. I'm guessing they were identical twins, conceived from a single egg. When I saw the photo, I understand what Nami was thinking, but I asked her anyway. So what's the big deal? That photo, she looks like me, doesn't she? I could hear Nami's voice coming from under the bedsheet. It sounded like she was crying. How so? I don't see the resemblance. Take a closer look, then. Why? There's no way either of these little kids turned into a girl as beautiful as you, Nami. Stop it. That's enough. Enough of what? Look at the name tags on their chests. Name tags? The girls in the photo did have name tags pinned to their chests. One was Nami, the other Naomi. So what? It's just a coincidence. When I hesitated to say any more, Nami looked up at me. The second our eyes met.
The most annoying sound in the world.
Thank you, Crutus. She covered her face with her hands and jumped straight out of the room. Those damn wheelchairs, I know. It was all too much. I was dumbfounded. Was everything that Nami said true? Did she really live here with her sister? And that wasn't Nami, but Naomi. If they were identical twins, then it wouldn't be out of the question. But why? Why would Nami's sister mess with my car and attack me? What did I ever do to her? Have a great night, Fenris. Now that I think about it, I remembered what happened in the shower. Maybe that was Naomi too. I don't know why she would have a grudge against me, but one thing was clear, she was trying to hurt us. I started to get worried about Nami. Nami! When I went out to the hallway, the door further ahead closed. It was probably... Hey, Massgrave, welcome in. It was probably Nami's room. I started walking that way, but when I looked down, I could see wet footprints that led to a different room. I also heard the piano coming from below. Where could Nami be? I ran to the hallway over to the door that had shut. It's the A. It's the A. I ran to the hallway over to the door that had shut. Old man with huge dick. Strangely enough, nobody was inside. That's weird. I'm sure I saw someone just come in here. I took a peek in the cabinet and under the bed, anywhere a person might be able to hide, but no one was there. I happened to notice an old diary on the desk. On the cover, it's a blue diary. We've never seen a blue diary before. It said Year 1, Class 3. Opening it up, I could see writing that looked like it had been done by a child. It was Naomi's diary, back when she was in elementary school. I was worried about Nami and all, but curiosity got the better of me and I started reading the diary. April 20, sunny. Today, Mom made me more acronal-tinced oil. She always rubs it on me and prays that I'll get better. Next time, I hope my burn will get better. April 21st, sunny. Mom rubbed the medicine on me again today. She said my burn's not so bad, but it is. I don't have any friends at school. They say my burn looks gross. really appreciate the high-effort pixel art for so many mundane things, right? It's crazy. Well, this is a sound novel. They wanted to focus more on music, sound design, and storytelling. Like writing. So it's not really as graphical as a typical visual novel would be. Hence the name sound novel. But yeah, they definitely... And if you notice, there haven't been any physical characters anywhere. Like, there haven't been any character models in this game at all. But you can see them very clearly. The closest thing to character models we got was the picture of the two kids, which were just a photograph of two kids. I don't have any friends at school. They say my burn looks gross. Once it goes away, I think I can make some friends. Did she have any traces left of a burn? I tried to remember Naomi's face when she attacked me, but I was so caught up in the moment that I didn't really look at her that closely.
Motherfucker.
I kept reading the diary. May 20th, cloudy. A boy pulled my hair today. Everybody laughed when I cried. When I got home, Mom said I had something on my back. I asked her to pull it off. It was a piece of paper. It said kick me. It said monster. On June 18th. June 18th. Rainy. We used up all the medicine, but my burn didn't go away. Mom told me not to worry and the burn will go away when I get older, but I just want friends. I'm always alone. Her writing was childish, the sentences short, disjointed. At times it seemed like she was just writing down her memories, but every memory she wrote in the diary was bad. She blamed all of her bad experiences on this burn. There was another notebook on the desk. It was another diary, but this one was written by an adult. June 3rd. I think that's wait, June? Dokugatsu Mika. Because that's 3rd. Otherwise it would be like what would it be? I guess I can't remember. But I remember 3rd for some reason. Despite having used that new medicine for a whole month, the burn on my forehead is stubborn. It refuses to heal. I can only guess how long it might take, but eventually a day will come when I'll be able to leave this house. Why must I alone suffer this burn? Why must I alone be burdened by such misfortune? I cut my hair again. July 3rd. Today I learned for the first time that I had a twin sister. I knew Mom was hiding something from me for the longest time, but I found her diary stuck in a drawer. I asked her why she never told me about her. She said that it's because my sister died very early on. I don't believe her. I think Mom's still hiding something from me. Today, I turned 20. September 20th. I read Mom's diary and now I know what caused it. I know that my little sister was the one who started the fire that burned me. Oh shit. A completely different plot again, guys. Completely different plot unfolded. New twist. So, okay, I get it. I mean, I get it. Naomi is the one writing the diary. Naomi got burned and I didn't see her face. That's why I didn't see her face. I know that my little sister was the one who started the fire that burned me. Mom told me that Nami died in the fire at the time. Yeah, and Nami started the fire. That's why she was freaking out. But she can say whatever she wants. It's obvious to me that she's lying. It's obvious. She's trying to hide the truth from me. Guaranteed. Mom's still hiding the truth from me. She still is. I ask her over and over again, but she won't respond. She just sits there silently. I asked her yesterday and the day before that and the day before that. Nothing. No reply. I'll ask her again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow too. I'll keep asking her until she tells me. Seems like Naomi's the evil one, because Nami probably did it by accident. Mom just won't listen. She never says anything anymore. She just sits in her chair without a single word. She won't even open her eyes. I don't even care anymore, though. I'm going to go and find Nami. Mom, why don't you ever eat? I went through the trouble of making soup for you. You've gotten so thin ever since you stopped eating. She's dead. I even untied the rope so you could eat, but you still won't. Is it because you're mad at me for keeping you shut in your room for so long? I mean, I'm not mad at Nami anymore. I even managed to make some friends. December 30th. Mom died after someone locked her in a room. Who could have done such a thing? I lost the only family member I have. Yeah, she's nuts. Naomi's nuts. She killed her mom. Mom, I'm so lonely. I wish I was dead too. February 14th. 49 days have passed now, Mom. I grieved for you the whole time, but I've forgotten about Nami. I still have Nami. She must still be alive somewhere out there. I want to see her soon. I'll introduce her to my friends, and then we can all live together. I know we'll be happy. We're sisters after all. Nami. Diary ended here. This means she killed her own mother, didn't she? I felt panic start to set in. I have to find Nami right now. When I turned around, I saw something peeking in at me through the gap in the door. The gap in the door. Who's there? The face disappeared. Was that Naomi just now? I went out into the hallway. The figure had just gone into the room behind the next door over. It was the room I'd never opened. I grabbed the doorknob. Whoa! An electric current surged through my body. My hand wouldn't leave the knob. I felt my vision go white, my consciousness growing farther away. The gab in the door. Nami. You're so cute, Nami. I could hear someone muttering. I opened my eyes. The light from the chandelier was bright. Ugh. I tried to get up, but my arms and legs were bound with rope. I couldn't move. I turned my head to the side and saw some yellow flowers. They were hypericums. And that coffin. This is that coffin, isn't it? I had my hands tied behind my back as I'd been placed in the coffin full of hypericums. That coffin, like you'd seen it before. We probably missed something A-maxing. Your hair looks good like this. I heard that voice again. The voice sounded just like Nami's. I raised my head. But I only got a small glimpse out of the coffin. I saw that Nami had been made to sit in a wheelchair, and the girl in the white dress was combing her hair. Must be Naomi. I didn't know if Nami was asleep or knocked out, but her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be totally unconscious. Next, some makeup. The girl turned to face my direction. In a panic, I put my head down. There was no point causing a scene where I couldn't move. I figured it was best to pretend that I was still unconscious. I held my breath and listened to what she was saying. I don't think I don't know. I'm a little bit taller than Jared Leto. A lot of people say that I just look like Keanu, but I think my eyes are a little further. I don't know. My eyes are a little further apart.
Dugan is now following. Buckle up.
Thank you for the follow, Dugan. I hope I age as good as Leto, though. I probably won't start a cult, though. Not gonna start a cult. I promise. Yeah. I know. It's entirely the beard and the hair. It really is. I think so, too. You get it? You get the Keanu thing, too, Yo-Yo? It's a good... Hey, I'd rather... better that than, like, I don't know, Tony Shalhoub. At least I don't look like Tony Shalhoub. I can look like Keanu. I'm fine with that. I also have real Jeff Bridges dude vibes. That might be. Yeah, I've been told that before too. I've been told that a lot. The Matrix jokes never stop. Oh, happy cakes. Maybe I will start a cult. Who knows? It'll be fun. It'll be a big happy family. Anyway, there was no point causing a scene when I couldn't move. I figured it was best to pretend I was still unconscious. I held my breath and listened to what she was saying.
Milk is delicious.
It'll be the Milkman cult. Oh man, no. Jeff Bridges is awesome. I remember Jeff Bridges from fucking Starman. Like, he was awesome in that, where he was like this goofy alien. It was awesome. Yeah, that's true. No, I'm not a big cult guy. I was kidding. God knows I was kidding. I played way too much I played so much Blood. Like 1 unit whole Blood. I have thrown dynamite at so many cultists, I'm probably on a list just from playing the game. I figured it was best to pretend that I was still unconscious. I held my breath and listened to what she was saying. I almost remember you. I remember a girl I used to play with when I was little. Mom told me that she moved away, but she was just trying to trick me. Even when I found out I had a sister, she didn't want me to meet you. Oh shit. She said you were dead. What a terrible excuse for a mother, wouldn't you say? But I knew I'd meet you one day. And when I did, I swore that I'd take care of you. I've thought about doing this sort of thing for so many years. I wanted to comb your hair like this and put on makeup. Naomi seemed to be genuinely happy as she laughed. What had happened to all the resentment that she had poured into her diary? Well, she poured it all into her diary. I mean, those are supposed to be pretty therapeutic. Yeah, this is a horror game. This is a very, very ambitious horror sound novel. That's basically like 5 or 6 or 7 novels rolled into one with the same basic premise. It's insane. That's right, Xyloseed. That's right. Spread the word. God. Ugh. I don't even want to joke about that. Mobius. Mobius did a lot of wild stuff. He was one of those living wizards. Jean Giraud, the artist, that guy was incredible. But yeah, this is a horror game, Dugan. This is a horror game. Yeah, it's made by the guy who directed. This was directed by the guy who directed Dragon Quest 1 through 4. He was the head programmer and director of the first 4 Dragon Quests, and he directed the Portopia serial murder case before then, which was an old NES adventure game where you were investigating a serial murder. Some cults you make, some cults make you. Well, one of the last things he directed before he just went full on into producing, I think this was the last game he was like had a director's position in before he just became a full on producer. And it is big. Yeah. Yes, Dugan. Yeah, he would have had to. He would have had to. Yeah, it was this guy. Let me find him. Because I need to remember his name. Koichi Nakamura. Koichi Nakamura. There he is. Here's the guy. This absolute madman. And here's his directorial credits right here. Portopia serial murders. Game design, I guess this counts also. Door, Neutron, Dragon Quest. Famicom Jump, which I don't really... Yeah, that's an action RPG. It's a big crossover thing. Tetris 2 with Bombliss, his most famous work. OTOGIRISOU, director and producer. And then he became a producer and supervisor for the rest of his career. Up to this day. It's like he was pretty much like, okay, good. I'm good. I'll help out. Oh, he also produced this, but he didn't direct it. He directed OTOGIRISOU, but he didn't do Kamatachi no Yoru, which was Chunsoft's second and even more popular game in this kind of sound novel series they were doing. Did Nakamura work on Resident Evil? I didn't notice. No, he didn't. He wasn't involved with that. He wasn't involved with Resident Evil. I don't think he was ever involved with Capcom, come to think of it. Imagine having... Yeah, that's a very impressive resume to have. Oh, really? They had the same last... They had the same surname. That's insane. Or did they have the same given name? I guess they had the same given name. That's crazy. Koichi Sugiyama. Tetris and Dragon Quest. Tetris... Bombliss and Dragon Quest more... Even more insane. Crazy cult movie, Love Exposure? Love Exposure. You know what? I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Is it about... Oh, it's a Japanese... Oh, shit. This actually looks kind of sick. Japanese... Film gained a considerable amount of notoriety in film festivals around the world for its 4-hour runtime and themes including love, family, lust, religion, and the art of upskirt photography. It won many awards specifically for its upskirt photography. The primary theme. Obviously. Oh, wait. What? They tried to censor upskirts, Halligan. I definitely did not put that there. Fucking Twitch. Sounds like a AAA film. Amen to that. Did he have anything to do with Sweet Home? Before we get to what looks like another ending, let's find out. Did Nakamura Koichi have anything to do with Sweet Home? No, but OTOGIRISOU was his contribution to pre-Resident Evil horror games. I think that's what it was. OTOGIRISOU was a big deal, a very influential big deal, because it actually helped inspire two very big names in horror games. Two very big names in horror games. Makoto Shibata, known for the Fatal Frame franchise. Right? Known for Fatal Frame. Some of my favorite horror games ever. Fatal Frame 3 is one of my absolute favorites. And... I forgot his name. Shit, my brain is dying. Not that. No, Siren PS2. Keiichiro Toyama. Also inspired Keiichiro Toyama, especially when it came to Siren, which also has its own insane kind of time loop theme. My actual favorite horror game right here. Siren is my actual favorite horror game, and it's not even... well, it is pretty close. Silent Hill 2 is close. But Siren is absolutely my favorite. Yeah. Well, what it is, yeah, he was one of the pioneers of Japanese horror in video games, is what he's famous for. So there are a lot of, you'll see Sweet Home and OTOGIRISOU used in the same sentence a lot. Yeah, there was a Wonder Swan, yeah. But there was actually an interview where Toyama and the Fatal Frame director actually talked to each other, and they both, like, kind of name-dropped OTOGIRISOU and why they liked it so much. And sure enough, the you know, Toyama, the director of Siren, straight up said that he liked how it was a game that didn't seem like it had a true ending. And it felt like he could never get out until he finally did. And that was a theme that he actually explored in depth in Siren, and he did it amazingly. Anyway, we really do look alike, though, aside from the burn. You know, I went through a lot of pain up until junior high school because of this burn. Oh yeah, Toyama, not Akira Toriyama, but Keiichiro Toyama, the director of Silent Hill. He also went on to direct, you know, Gravity Rush. He directed Slitterhead, and I actually really liked Slitterhead. That's a game I need to play on stream at some point. Because I really liked it. It was a very indie game. It felt like a PS2 game, but it was really cool. It had this very, like, slick noir feel to it. And, yeah, he is something of a recluse. He is something of a recluse from what I've heard. Anyway, we really do look alike, though, aside from the burn. You know, I went through a lot of pain up until junior high school because of this burn. My friends used to tease me. I got bullied. I ended up becoming a shut-in, which only made me feel even lonelier. Got my books in order? Yeah. Gravity Rush has some insane deep lore. Yeah, it does. It's crazy. After junior high school, I pretty much never left the house. I lived with Mom here, just the two of us. I didn't have any friends, not one. Because of this burn. She's still pissed off about the burn. She's still feeling the burn, guys. Naomi's tone of voice had suddenly grown coarse. Surprised, I lifted my head up. I could see that she was hugging Nami's unresponsive head. She had gritted her teeth, scowling to hold back her anger. She didn't know that I was watching her, and the thing is, I was surprised by what I saw. I saw their faces side by side. Naomi had kept going on and on about her burn, but their faces looked exactly the same to me. Clearly, the burn wasn't the problem. Her problem was a mental one. Naomi's lips quivered with anger, but after a moment her shoulders dropped and the expression on her face became gentle. But even though I didn't have any human friends, I had all sorts of other friends. Of course she did. Do you know what kinds of friends I had? Well, I had the grass and the flowers, the stars and the wind. You probably don't believe me, but it's true. Yeah, well, Gravity Rush could get a bigger audience if it only fucking got ported to PC. Port them both to PC, I'll play them again. You probably don't believe me, but it's true. You can believe your own sister. It was amazing. Countless flowers in a field would each tell me a love story. The wind and the stars would quietly whisper poems like gems in the cool hours of the early morning. So those were the friends she wrote about making in her diary, huh? She really had become totally locked in her own world. People are terrible, you know that? You can trust someone and have that trust fall apart in the blink of an eye. Someone we had faith in until yesterday might today become a monster the likes of which we've never seen. One that would bring us so much pain. I know that you're the one who gave me this burn. I despised you for that, long ago. But I don't feel that way now. People aren't terrible. The stars and the wind have told me that much. The trees and the flowers, my friends. I'm happy now, Nami. And I want you, my little sister, to be able to experience that same happiness. The wheelchair started to move. Come on, let's go. It's gonna be hot, but it only hurts for a little while. Naomi intended to burn Nami just like she'd been burned. Wait! I shouted. Naomi turned to face me. Oh yeah. Oh, right. I need to close this coffin. She drew closer ever so slowly, but I couldn't even lift a finger to stop her. Nami, wake up! I think we got a bad ending, guys. Finally, we got a bad ending. Wake up! Nami! I shouted as loud as I could, but Nami wouldn't open her eyes. I must thank you. You brought Nami to me after all. Sleep well now. Naomi pushed my body down, and while she closed the lid, she tossed a lit candlestick inside. It won't be so dark in there. Not with this. Ugh, it's hot. I twisted my body away from the fire. The candle continued burning in the coffin. You bitch! You want to burn me to death in here? The hypericums in the coffin were freshly picked. Too fresh to catch the fire right away, but the flames could spread to the cloth lining of the coffin. And even if the fire didn't kill me after that, the lack of oxygen would. I need to put out the fire. I was about to roll around in the coffin as hard as I could. Yeah, right. Well, we gotta get all of them, good and bad, but we've gotten like 4 good endings in a row. I'm waiting for a good one. I'm waiting for a bad one. Hoping to put out the fire, but it occurred to me that I might be able to use the candle to burn away the rope. So I brought my tied hands closer to the flame. So hot. I gritted my teeth. There in that small coffin, my body writhing. Hurry, I just gotta break through. There. I ripped open the lid. Yeah! Maybe it's not a bad end. For this game? Oh, they never got one. This is a fan translation. The door was closed, and the two of them weren't here anymore. When I looked at the window, I could see that the curtains were on fire. She probably wanted a second chance to burn me to death just in case. I untied my feet as fast as I could, jumped straight for the door. Please be open. but it was locked from the outside and the door wouldn't budge. I looked around the room, but it was empty, aside from the coffin. The flames on the curtains were starting to fill the room with black smoke. If I didn't get out of here soon, I'd be smothered to death by the smoke. I dragged the coffin to the front of the door, stood it upright, and knocked it over as hard as I could toward the door. The hinges popped off and the door opened. Nami! There was no trace of either of them. Where did you go? I opened the door that was right in front of me. The X! The moment I opened the door, something swooshed right in front of my eyes, almost hitting me. When I looked down, I saw the axe that the suit of armor had been holding. Had the axe been rigged to fall when somebody opened the door? If I had walked into the room faster, I would have been dead. I need to be careful. I looked around the inside of the room, but no one was there. Thinking it might be useful, I picked up the axe. I might be able to use it to open a door. Who knows what other traps might be rigged when I opened a different door? I had a good idea of where Nami and Naomi had gone, the room I had tried to enter earlier but couldn't. When I tried to go inside before, Nami was scared of it. It could be that room, the room we didn't open. That has to be it. I decided to trust my instincts. As I got closer, I could hear voices. The voices were coming from the door I hadn't opened. Just as I expected, I stood at the door and carefully peeked through the keyhole. I could see Nami sitting there. I'm not sure when her clothes had changed, but she was wearing the same white clothes as Naomi. Her hair held back by a hairpin. She seemed to be awake now, but was tied by a rope and had her mouth gagged. Another person appeared to be sitting next to Nami, but I couldn't see them clearly because of Naomi's shadow. Naomi stood before the wooden desk, mixing some sort of chemicals. I tried twisting the doorknob, but it was locked from the inside. Now we really will be twins. Nami, look over at Mom, okay? Naomi moved slightly. The person sitting next to Nami was that mummy, their mother. Naomi filled a flask with the chemicals she'd put together and approached Nami's face with it. Nami was trying to move her face away from the flask. It'll only hurt for a second. Naomi tilted the flask. Nami shook her head from side to side. Drops of the chemical fell onto the side, hitting the body sitting on the wheelchair. At that very second, white smoke started to rise up. Don't fight me. I'm doing this for your own good. It's axe the fucking door, cumbot.
My body is ready.
Absolutely, Dugan. I agree. I fully agree. Japan really, and not just Japan either, but a lot of Eastern horror is really, they really understand the mental side of horror. Like they really get into the psychological side, even with stuff that isn't strictly psychological, and it really does it's really a big help. Korean horror is awesome too. Naomi held Nami's face in place with her left hand. Tears streamed down Nami's face. Don't cry. It only hurts for a second. You'll be fine, okay? I lifted the axe and slammed it into the door, busting right through. Stop it! I hurled the axe at Naomi with all my might. Ah! Naomi lost her balance trying to avoid the axe and ended up spilling the flask's contents onto the mummy's face. Before my very eyes, the mummy's entire face was melting away. Mom! Your face! Flustered, Naomi cast me a scornful look as I undid the rope that had been used to tie Nami up. Now, what's funny is we actually found a chemical room in one of the earlier playthroughs. In a couple of the earlier playthroughs, but it never really went anywhere. Cumbot! Nami! There was a loud sound and the room shook. Those flames from earlier must have ignited something somewhere. Western horror can also be really good, but it rarely hits these levels. I think Jacob's Ladder hit this level. And that's what made it so. And sure enough, Jacob's Ladder was hugely influential to games like Silent Hill. Yeah, I don't want it to hurt at all. I don't think Western horror is all screams and jump scares. I don't think that. I think there's some really good Western horror too. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre was fantastic. Jacob's Ladder, like I said, was extremely good. In fact, like, to the point where, like, it was inspiring Japanese horror creators to make their own versions of it, basically, through Silent Hill. There's some really good Western horror, too. I'm not gonna knock that. How could you? How could you do this to my mom? Naomi looked straight at me with a crazed look in her eyes. Let's get out of here. I pulled Nami by the hand out into the hallway. Well, you're gonna get brain dead. The brain dead dude bro is worldwide. It's not strictly an American phenomenon. You like, you know, I can imagine, like, you know, that, you know, some, like, I'm sure there's like a Japanese version of that, like delinquents and shit. And I'm sure they probably wouldn't make very good horror movies either. Right? Yeah, The Shining is god tier. Stanley Kubrick is god tier. Fire Walk with Me absolutely counts as horror. So does the entire Twin Peaks story, really, is definitely at least partially a horror story. Ring 2 for the Dreamcast. Anyway, let's get out of here. I pulled Nami by the hand out in the hallway. There was a sound of another explosion. It shook the entire mansion. We were falling over ourselves as we ran downstairs to the entrance hall. We can't get out through here. Oh yes we can. I gripped the axe. He got the axe back. He grabbed the axe again. At that moment, the floor of the entrance had erupted into flames. No! Now we can't get near the door! Nami, stand back. I hurled the axe at the aquarium. But what came pouring out of the aquarium wasn't water. Somebody had swapped it out for something else, because what came out of the aquarium was a big black cluster that unfurled slowly and spread out on the floor. Snakes! A huge pile of snakes! They crawled along trying to avoid the fire on the floor, which forced us to separate. Combat, it's no good! These are venomous snakes! Nami, go through the back exit. I'll leave through the terrace. We'll meet up in the garden out back. You have to. You have to make it, okay? After she said that, Nami ran down the hallway. Anyway, I opened the nearby door that led to the garden terrace from the entrance hall and ran through the pitch black passage.
Don't let it bite you.
Oh, man. Nami, when I made it out to the garden in the back, I used the terrace stairs and faced the rear exit of the mansion. Nami had come out through here, through there. But when the flames started to pour out of the underground room with the boiler. Oh, right, the explosion came from the boiler room. The boiler room was really close to the bathroom. Nami had to pass by it. Was she gonna be okay? Nami still hadn't come out. I ran over to the rear exit. I ran past the kitchen. Nami still hadn't shown up. Ran past the bathroom. The door Nami was supposed to pass through still hadn't opened. Nami! Nami! I went past the burning boiler room and just as I made it to the concrete landing in the back exit, the door finally opened. Nami burst through the door like she had finally leaned into it.
Weapon statistics hanging in the air, glimpsed out of the corner of my eye. Endless repetition of the act of shooting. Time slowing down to show off my moves. The paranoid feel of someone controlling my every step.
That's Wei K. Wei K? I guess? No idea how to say that. What is Wei K? Nami! Oh, those are the assholes. Wei K are the assholes. And those are the assholes of Japan. They're called Wei K. I don't even know what that means. Nami! I almost collapsed into the landing as I hugged Nami. Nami, you gotta keep it together. Flames were already starting to reach outside the mansion. The glass window started breaking. I tried to shield Nami as we ran to take refuge at the greenhouse. There at the greenhouse, Nami was exhausted. I set her in the flowers and kept calling her name. Nami, are you okay? We're safe. Nami slowly opened her eyes. Nami, oh, I'm so glad. I held Nami in my arms. I looked behind me. The mansion was ablaze under the night sky. Nami stood up and looked at the mansion. Nami. At that moment, the blazing mansion fell with a huge crash. Amidst the flames, I heard a scream. Chow something. Chow something. Chow? Just Chow? Shallow Playboy? I'm looking this one up because I didn't know what the O was. I didn't know what the kanji was. Chow. Shallow Playboy. Good time, Charlie. Okay, it's like, yeah. Basically, the main character, you know, the main guy in City Hunter probably wouldn't be a very good horror director. Combat. Could it be? Nami turned back to me slowly, holding up her hair, showing me her forehead. So it was another ambiguous ending, because the idea is that Naomi had a burn on her forehead that was very easy to hide. This is a new one. This is a new ending. This is a new ending because the whole concept was different, where Nami was the one who started the fire. But where Naomi got burned is still the same. Naomi was also dead in that other ending. She was alive here. This was the only, I think this is the only ending so far that had a living antagonist. Super Famicom. Oh no, I just call it SNES. I just call it SNES. You know, I'm not gonna call the Sega Genesis the Mega Drive, you know, when I'm playing a Japanese game on it. Right? Maybe I should, maybe not. I don't know, but now we're up to 5 endings. We're up to 5 endings now. And there's actually a 6th ending. I think there's actually, like, because we could have followed the wet footsteps too, so that might be an ending all on its own. Let's go ahead and change this number here. We're up to 5 out of 10, and we're halfway through. I feel like it'll get a lot faster now, because now we're just going to be plowing through and trying to find decisions we haven't made. I guess so, I guess so. I try to avoid sounding like Kermit the Frog. I do my best. We could go we could B-Max. I feel like B-Maxing might be the cool one about where he turns old. I think that's the one where he turns old. I think we may have to C-Max. We may have to be C-Maxing. Because C is where all of the new choices start. Remember, it started adding a lot of C choices. We may have to C-Max. We may have to skip over B-Maxing entirely and go C-Maxing. The A-Max ending, so that's another good ending. We've got 5 good endings out of 5. I don't think there are bad endings. But the endings are so intense that they're cool enough to not have to be bad. I prefer that kind of writing. You know, a happy ending is easy. A sad ending is harder, is just as easy. Honestly, maybe even easier. A good ending that earns its good status, that shit's hard. Comedy's easy, tragedy's easy. A truly good happy ending is probably one of the hardest to pull off. Columns and rows. Oh, no. We're talking about now. We're just being silly about it. It's the choices and how the choices are made. You usually get A, B, C, choice A, choice C, choice C, you know, shit like that. This latest one, we just did all of the first choices. We just spammed A. We didn't make any selections. We just spammed A the entire time to see if we could get another ending, and we did. We actually got another ending out of that. Because we got to get all the endings. Because I wasn't doing that. I was actually varying it up, and I was changing it around. And the way selections work in this game, they will shift you to different paths with each choice. So you'll be on path, like the fire path, and then you'll make another choice and you'll be on like some other unknown path. But if you make another choice in the fire path, it'll take you right back to the fire path. And it just does that. It's insane. So just going all A's gave us an ending, and of course it would. Because I don't think there's any dying in the game. I think you just keep making choices. We have made, according to this, 239, but I'm getting 262 choices. So I guess it's not counting choices we've already made. It's not counting choices we've already made in the past. It's only counting unique choices. And we've made 262 choices total throughout 6 playthroughs. But we've made 239 of those are unique choices. Oh, man. But that was an A. Like, if you just spam A, the first choice every time, that's the ending you're going to get. And it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. But we have another 5 endings left. They're going to be tricky. I do want to try to do them in one stream, but it may take another 2 streams. Game has 10 endings total. And see where it says endings 5 of 10. There are 10 endings total. 9 of them we have to unlock in order to unlock the final 10th ending. And I don't know what it is. But it's pretty insane. It's insane. And remember, these aren't just endings. These are like usually these are entire plots that change. Like the entire plot changes. We may be able to do it in one stream. We can at least get 3 more endings next stream. Because we're going to be skipping through a lot of dialogue that we've already seen before. You can always check out the VODs. You can always look at the VODs right here. Just click on the YouTube link. And the VODs will be there. I usually try to delete my VODs. Old VODs, like just the actual VODs, I just let Twitch delete those over time. But I always try to keep my shit preserved. But yeah, if you click that YouTube link and follow that YouTube, you can watch any of my old playthroughs. Just go to the playlist section for anything that's unlisted. I do relist them over time, but they're all there, and they should all be playable, even if they're not necessarily listed. 239 points. Our score's 239. Out of what? I don't know. But we're going to be playing this for the 7th time. We're going to be playing this for the 7th time, guys. Next time. Well, guys, we did good. We did really good today. Even though we got a fucking redundant ending. I was trying to avoid them. But we had to find out how the game works. Now we know how the game works. It's gonna be insane. I want to know more about the fish monster. There's a fish monster. Anyway, I got people to thank. We'll get there. My voice is gone, guys. My voice is so worn out. Thank you, Dugan and Kitten Lover 7 for the follow. Thank you, Jesus, for the raid. Halligan the Third, Ribbons of Intention and Mass Grave Art, thank you for the follows. Jank Jesus, Ghost Milk DX, and Tank Williams, thank you for the raids. Ralph, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, thank you guys for like 500? Like a whole bunch of bits for the horse stuff. It doesn't show up on Stream Elements, but I do appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime sub. Don't forget your Amazon Primes, guys. Thank you, Halligan, for the Prime sub. Always a pleasure. Good seeing you, Jesus. Thank you so much for the big raid. Thank all you guys for coming on in. We're going to be finishing OTOGIRISOU. If not next time, the time after. Terrortober is also extended because I also have to do a Halloween thing this coming Saturday, so I'll have to be gone. But hopefully, this coming week is going to be the end of OTOGIRISOU. All 10 endings. And then we'll move on to something a little more familiar. And then we'll go into unfamiliar territory. And then maybe end with something else. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, let's see who's online. I want you guys to enjoy your Sundays. Your Sunday has just begun. Enjoy it. I don't want to see a hint of Monday when I'm back here. 7 p.m. Central Time. Tuesday. Thursday, Saturday. Right here on twitch.tv/CyberTruckerAlpha. Let's see who's online. There's always somebody online. Who the hell are we raiding tonight? Who on earth? Huh. Let's see how long this god tier individual is. He's only been streaming for 2.5 hours, so I think he's good for a while. We're gonna raid Bardic Broadcast.
Now it's time to see which of our stories are based. Was this story based?
Very, very cool guy.
Was this story based?
Something of a legend. If you've ever seen Cracking Unboxing, he's really good.
Of a mysterious force protecting a pharmacy is based. Is this story based? Did you think this one was based? If you thought this one was based, you're right.
Go check his stuff out. And until next time, as always,
fire an innocent people.
Stay frosty.
Vengeance in the forest based. Not this time. Is this story based?
So,
yes. Although this story has been updated for our show, it's based.
It's based.
Stories tonight were based.
The mighty Bard, Lord Bard. Go say hi to him. You won't regret it.
Based.
Goodbye, guys. Have a good night, guys. How the hell are you? Why are you still here? Get out of here!